Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Ceresco back again with another short horror story for you guys, written by Old School Horror. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. I don't know who will believe me, but I don't care anymore. This thing had been eating at me for decades, and I must tell it before I die. I feel death coming closer and closer. Or if it's not death, I'm afraid it's something way worse. I've told no one about the events which happened in 1963, not even my husband. I know there should be no secrets between husband and wife, but I haven't told them anything because I was afraid he will say I'm crazy. He used to be way too pragmatic. Fortunately, a few years after the events, I moved from Indonesia to Australia, but it did nothing to help me forget. The nightmares were relentless and still are. I've chosen to record it instead of writing it down. Arthritis got to me really badly over the last few years. I'm way too tired even for a simple act of writing. So, here it goes. Back then, I was about 17 years old. I lived with my family in the Paku village, in the Tanah Toraja area, close to Lake Poso. It was a wonderful place. Bamboo forests and rice fields covered extensive areas of hills and valleys. And the people were simple, helpful, and respectful. They were avid keepers of our traditions, family values. I don't know how things might have changed. I haven't been back for a long time. I lived with my mother, Atara, my father, Saito, my brother, Jabir, and my sister, Naka. My parents had another child, a boy named Angono, but he died when he was 7. He drowned in Lake Poso, and since then, my mother had never been the same person. She was the only one with him on the fatal day. He was busy collecting fruit and didn't see Angono going in the lake. He drowned under her helpless eyes. Several times a year, she went to visit the site where Angono had been placed. Not buried, because our people placed their dead on hillside graves, named lemos. My father, seeing that she was relentless, had built her a small hut near the place so she could be close to him whenever she visited. He usually left for a few days. Despite my father's insistence, he always went alone and brought provisions with her from home. One day, in March 1963, he left, but did not return after the usual period of about 3 days. The first night after her departure, the weather began worsening. That night, heavy rain fell and thunder cracked the sky relentlessly. We were all worried. My father wanted to give her the privacy she needed to cope with her grief and be together with her son. She had been away several times when the weather had been bad. This time, however, it was weird because it changed way too suddenly. It was almost the end of the raining season, so we did not expect too much bad weather. My father fought the urge to go to her. On the sixth day, however, he could not wait any longer. He woke up in the morning, headed straight to the hillside. I remember his face. It was grave and worried. We all wanted to join him, as our traditions dictate to be close to each other. But he refused. When he returned, I was the first one to spot him through the window of the tokonan, which is the traditional house of our people. I ran out to meet him. What happened? Where is mother? Jemima, my dear, he said and hugged me tight, then sobbed. Father, what's wrong? I want you to tell me. Of course, I knew what happened. There was only one answer, but I foolishly hoped he might say something else. My dear, your mother is dead. He uttered the only words I didn't want to hear. And then I cried. My siblings saw us outside, came to us, and then they cried too. Soon, the entire village knew. My father spoke to the village head, Kuwat. The elders gathered in a hurry, and they marched to the hut where my mother lay dead. She had likely died on the first night after she went there. Nobody knew what had happened. My father told me everything, but later, when he was already insane after following events. My father and the elders found the body laying on its back on the hut's floor. It was in terrible condition, not just because of the decay, but because of rats and other critters. They also found several items in the hut which showed that my mother tried to do some forbidden ritual, which was deemed to be witchcraft. In the village, people considered her a healer because she had helped whomever she could. Of course, we had our shaman, and who had lived many years and many seasons, but my mother was also among those capable of healing. But in secret, she had been trying to do much more than heal. The items in the hut suggested they had tried to reach out to Angono. I know how this sounds, but for my people, these beliefs were important. They believed in the afterlife, or Puya, as it's called in our language. We believe that if a funeral ceremony is conducted under our customs, then the soul will pass into the afterlife and be at peace. But if not, it will become a bombo, or wandering spirit. Among the things they had found, there was also a mirror which had belonged to my mother. I recognized it right away because back then there were only a few people who had such an item. Also, I used it many times, so I was familiar with it. Mirrors were considered windows into the afterlife by some shamans, especially those who tried to talk to the ones on the other side. Many of our people had even refused to use mirrors since they thought it would be a witch's tool. The mirror and other items had been brought back to the village, and the shaman looked at them closely. When he saw the mirror, his face became pale. I was there to witness it. My other siblings were too young, So, my father forbade them to witness serious matters such as this. "What's wrong, Slamet?" Father asked. "It is what I feared." Tara performed a papugian to talk to her dead son. "Look here." Papugian was forbidden witchcraft in our language. He pointed to the mirror. My father's face dropped. I felt goosebumps all over my body when I saw it. A face was visible on the glass, like a faint breath on a window. A pale and childlike figure was staring back at us with empty eyes. The shaman tried to wipe it away, but it didn't work. On the backside, the mirror was painted black. There was no explanation. Her grief had been too hard to bear. "But she shouldn't have done this," Slamet said. Oh no. Ongono has passed into Puya. The ritual of Rambu Solok had been completed. She knew it's not right to disturb those who had passed. Is that why she had died? I don't know. I think she died of fright, but we will never know. Maybe the ritual had upset the spirits of the ancestors, and they had struck her dead. My dear Tara, how will she pass now into Puya? I don't know. We must do the Rambu Salak with as much faith as we can. We must pray for forgiveness and hope we will peace and please the ancestors. If not, the consequences will be grave. Her spirits will become vengeful, damned to forever haunt the living. Only a twisted, corrupted version by hate and suffering. Her grief had poisoned her spirit, my father said. Yes, but there is still hope, if the ancestors are kind enough. I saw tears on my father's cheeks. Of course, I understood his grief, but I did not understand the part about the afterlife and the fact that Rambu Salak, or funeral, had to be done right. Of course, everything became painfully clear later, but at that point, I did not know. They placed my mother's body in the northern area of the house called Alang Banua on an altar. This area was the most sacred part of every house. Then, the preparations began. The body had to be prepared for the funeral ceremony. This consisted of washing it with oils and herbs to try to preserve it. The use of formaldehyde was not yet common in this area. Also, given the state of the body, they had to wrap it in cloth to prevent pieces from falling off. I still remember how the house smelled. It was a horrible combination of herbs, oils, stale sweat, and putrefaction. I can still feel it sometimes out of the blue. Makes my stomach turn every time. These days, as I feel my end coming closer, I seem like feeling it more often. The weather was not improving. It rained a lot and the air was heavy. Despite this, however, the entire village worked as one to prepare the funeral. Buffaloes, pigs, and chickens were slaughtered to prepare for the feast. People were singing and dancing to celebrate life and make the burden of death more bearable. But given the weather, the celebration was sadder than usual. Fortunately, me and my siblings did not have to participate in preparation of the body. Still, from the first night on, weird things began to happen. The dogs around our house were barking all night, and our 2 cats were nowhere to be seen. They came home each evening for a few scraps until my brother's body had been in the house. The cats refused to come home. I couldn't fall asleep, then I had to go out to the outhouse. Jabir and Naka were sleeping in their beds, so I took careful steps to go outside. People were still chanting in the northern room. The air was chilly, and I shuddered, but went to the outhouse to do my business. When I came back, however, my skin erupted in goosebumps, despite not seeing nor hearing anything out of the ordinary, except the dogs. I was at the foot of the wooden stairs which were leading into the house. Under the house, there was a storage area which we call a long. I looked between the rungs of the stair under the house. Some kind of instinct told me there was danger lurking down there. Then, behind some wooden crates, I saw a black shape. It was pretty dark under the house, but given that there was light coming from the other nearby houses, it was not completely dark. I froze for a few seconds as I tried to figure out what it was when it slid behind the crates, with one smooth move and without sound. My feet instantly jerked and pushed me up to the house, while I imagined some icy hands grabbing my ankle and dragging me down into darkness. I ran to my bed and lay there motionless, watching the doorway. Nothing came in all night, but of course, I didn't sleep a minute. I thought about telling my father about the black shape. I didn't want to upset him more, so I chose not to. By the next night, they finished the coffin. Several men had been working on it to make it as ornate as possible, but also to finish quickly. My father could not bear the sight of my mother's body in the shape it was in. He also considered himself guilty, so each look he gave my mother's body bore a small piece out of him. In the meantime, people were busy preparing the bamboo scaffolding which was used to carry the coffin to the burial site. Slamet, the shaman, was there to make sure everything was exactly as the Torojan traditions dictated. The weather got slightly better. The ground was full of pools filled with rainwater. It was dripping from rooftops and trees all day. The sun refused to come out, so the sky remained overcast. I feared the coming of the night, Before falling asleep, I prayed to the spirits of our ancestors, or puangs, as we call them, to have mercy on us. I prayed long and promised them as much as I could. Appeasing the ancestors was important in the Tarajan culture. We did it by prayers and animal sacrifices mostly. This was why my father provided so many animals to be sacrificed during the funeral preparations. He knew my mother had committed a terrible deed, but he tried his best to make it right. Me and my siblings went to sleep. Quite some time had passed before I finally began drifting into the land of dreams. Instead of a dream, I had a nightmare. In it, I wandered into the Alang Banua, where my mother's coffin had been placed. Somehow, the house was empty and there was complete darkness outside. I crept closer to the coffin, but then I heard knocking from inside it. This was when I jerked awake, but the knocking did not stop. It came from under my bed, from the floor. I immediately thought back to the shape under the house and felt cold shivers all over. Curled up in my bed and began praying to my ancestors to have mercy on me. Soon, the knocking stopped and I wearily drifted asleep. The next morning, lots of people gathered outside our house. It was the day of the funeral. The whole village was there, and they brought the bamboo scaffolding, which was used to transport the coffin to its final resting place. Clouds began gathering overhead, and I smelled rain in the air. I looked at Slamet, and his face was pale and haggard. People were chanting and singing, but he was silent. I went closer to him, and then I saw something glittering under his colorful clothing. It took me a few seconds to realize it was a large knife, which was usually used to cut shrubbery. It resembled a machete. I was wondering why did Slamet bring the knife with him. Then I foolishly thought it was part of the ritual somehow. Anyhow, the pallbearers brought the coffin out of the house amidst the chants, which were interrupted by sounds of thunder and lightning flashes. Honestly, everything about that day seemed wrong. But what came after was the most horrible event I have ever witnessed. When the pallbearers were carrying the coffin up the bamboo ladder to reach the top of the scaffolding, rain began falling in small drops. They almost brought the coffin up, and one of the pallbearers screamed in horror, "Let it go." The heavy wooden box fell on a bystander, crushing him beneath. People began screaming, running toward the scaffolding. Some of the coffin's planks broke, and I saw my mother and bald hand stick out when it fell to the ground. Then the hand moved. The sudden silence made me stop in my tracks. Everyone who saw it stopped dead. Those behind pushed forward, but then a scream came from the coffin. It was so horrible. My legs buckled and I almost fainted. Then I saw the planks move, and my mother, who had been dead for several days, scrambled out of the rubble. Her endless screams made most people bolt for their lives. Some fainted, others just stood and watched, transfixed by the horror. The screams were coarse, full of anguish and pain. When I saw her eyeless and lipless face, I screamed too, as loud as my throat and lungs let me. This was when she noticed me in the crowd. I don't understand how this was possible, or any of it was possible. She just noticed me and stopped screaming for a few seconds, then started toward me. I saw Slamette draw the large knife and ran to her. This was when I understood the role of the knife. Slamette knew what was going to happen, and he armed himself. Since my mother had tried to summon a dead person who had already passed into the afterlife, he was being punished by the ancestors. He was denied entry into Puya and was sent back to her decaying body to suffer. Slamette raised the knife to strike, but she jumped on him mid-swing and bit mercilessly to his throat. He screamed, but could not fight off the possessed corpse, and his blood gushed everywhere. 3 of the older members of our tribe died of a heart attack when they witnessed this. Many more fainted. I just screamed. My poor father was the only one who gathered his courage and ran to Samlet's aid, even though there was not much hope. He grabbed the knife, which was laying in the dust, and began hacking. I couldn't watch, so I turned away, but I still hear the screams. My mother's raspy, guttural shrieks combined with my father's desperate, tear-filled wails in a terrible cacophony. Adding to that, the soft chops of the blade as it cut through the dead flesh, and the nauseating smell which engulfed the area made me throw up. The screams faded, then there was silence. My father fell on his back. By that time, rain was pouring profusely, but he didn't care. Nobody cared. It was washed blood and decay away. Nobody from the crowd had ever seen such an event, except from Slamette. But he couldn't tell more tales. My life became hell after that event. The elders decided to burn my brother's body was against everything the Tarajan people believed in. They couldn't think of anything else, and also didn't want to risk it happening again. My mother's ashes were cast into Lake Poso, but that did not put an end to the strange events. I still saw a dark shape under the house, or heard knocking or scratching from various places. After coming to Australia, I thought these events would stop. I was dead wrong. To this day, I see the dark shape appear in shadowy corners. Sometimes I hear shuffling from empty rooms. For a few weeks, the events are happening more frequently. Honestly, can't take it anymore. Maybe I have mental issues and my trauma is manifesting itself. I don't know. No shrink could make it stop. All I know is that I wish there was no afterlife at all. I just want to go in peace, feel nothing. One lifetime of suffering had been enough. I don't want to see my mother's spirit, or whatever that thing is, anymore. I don't want to meet my ancestors, who I sent her back to this world to suffer for eternity. I just want it to end. Oh no, the shape is there again. Near the window, behind the sofa. Why won't you leave me alone? Go away. I've had enough. It just stares at me, not moving. The temperature is dropping. This had never happened before. Whispers. I hear whispers. Oh no. Coming toward me. The following news article appeared in the Brisbane Times on the 4th of April, 2023. 77-year-old Jeremiah Duncan had been found dead from a heart attack in her Brisbane apartment. Preliminary examination of the body indicated heart failure because of extreme fright as the cause of death. More information will be known after the autopsy. Interestingly enough, an intriguing recording had been found on her phone. At first, investigators thought it was a farewell recording, but it tells a gruesome tale, possibly caused by delirium or hallucinations for her death. No other family member had been inside the apartment at the time of her death, nor were there any signs of foul play. This was all we could have found out about the weird circumstances of her death, and that events baffled the investigators who were trying to piece together the puzzle. The investigation is still ongoing. She had left behind 3 children and 7 grandchildren. May she rest in peace. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Your boy Ceresco, back again with another short horror story for you guys. We got another one written by Old School Horror. Remember to use the links, show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. The first time I heard them was when I was about 12. I went to bed at 9 and soon fell asleep. After a long day at school and a lot of hide and seek with my friends, I was dead tired. Nights already becoming hot as June were creeping closer, but not even that could keep me from sleeping. Not even my parents arguing downstairs, as it had happened many times before. I woke up in the middle of the night, and at first, I heard nothing unusual. But then, the sound of faint breathing hit my ear. Right away, my heart began beating fast. My body froze. I held my breath and listened. Crickets chirped outside. The whippoorwills were especially noisy. Even so, I was hearing somebody breathing in the room. I was lying motionless under the thin cover. Sweat was drenching me from head to toe. I tried to figure out what was happening. I was sleeping on my left side, facing the bedroom door. The window was behind me. Despite the room being well lit by the moon, I saw nothing. I thought maybe whatever was breathing was behind me. Turning around was out of the question. I thought about screaming, but then I would have woke up my parents. My mother was not the problem, but my father could be really grumpy when he woke up. So I decided against risking a spanking or causing another fight between them. After a while, either the breathing stopped or I fell asleep somehow. When I opened my eyes in the morning, the night's experience came back to me. I froze again and listened. Nothing. I sighed and I slowly turned. The room was filled with bright sunlight. Then I realized it was Saturday and I was already feeling restless. Couldn't wait to have a quick breakfast and head out to play with my friends. When I went downstairs, I saw my mother sitting alone at the table. She had that obvious 100-mile stare, and I knew why. My dad had already gone out with his friends, but not to play. He had a well-established routine, and we all knew it. He would come home after midnight, staggering, blubbering, and reeking like a barrel of draft. I kissed my mother on the cheek, which painted a smile on her face, ate breakfast, and headed out. Playing with my neighbor's friends was one of the few activities which I loved. It also made me forget all the bad stuff which was happening at home. When the weather was bad, I occupied myself with either reading or watching the television. I didn't really like watching the TV in my room because it was so small. My father considered that a small kid needs a small TV, so there's no reason to spend money on a bigger one. But of course, he had money to buy booze, play poker, or pay strippers. Me and my friends were out all day. Our house was at the edge of town, and not far away. There was a small wooded area. We were spending most of our time there, under the protective shade of the trees. But when I went home, different kinds of shadows came upon me. My father came home, and of course, he was wasted. The usual argument broke out. I was already in bed, thinking about last night. I was afraid to fall asleep, but when I was close to drifting away, I heard the shouting downstairs. Fortunately, it did not last long, and I fell asleep. I woke up later, same as last night. Everything was silent, except the breathing. But this time, I also heard whispers. I was desperately hoping that I was just imagining sounds, but after several minutes of holding my breath and listening, I was sure they came from the room. Of course, I panicked, but I dared not move. Sweat drenching my body and my heart was jumping out of my chest. I began praying, but it seemed like God was on a vacation because it had no effect at all. I think I lay there for about half an hour or so before the whispers finally stopped. After several minutes, I gathered enough courage to move. I reached my bedside lamp and switched it on. Nothing. The room was empty. Then I looked at the clock on the nightstand. It was 4:12 a.m. I couldn't fall asleep anymore. Ghosts, I thought. Ghosts were haunting our house, like in the movies. I had a great urge to tell my mother, but I feared she will think I was crazy. Also, I didn't want to give my father a reason for another argument. I had breakfast and headed out, but not to play. I headed straight to one of my friend's house. His mother had all kinds of books about occult stuff, and I figured I might find out what was happening to me. This was at the end of the pre-internet era. The books were pretty much the only source of information out there. She gladly lent me some of her books and was happy I had an interest in the subject. I didn't want to tell her either. She was a really talkative person, and everybody knew she couldn't keep a secret. As my father was out again and my mother was watching TV, I went into my room unbothered. The first book I took into my hands was When Two Worlds Meet by Mary A. Fletcher. He was a parapsychologist. In it, he talked extensively about the witching hour, which was the period between 3 and 4 a.m. During this time, the barrier between our world and the spirit world is the thinnest. So it is a period of high spiritual activity. He also mentioned that some people are more sensitive than others, and the spirits are drawn to them. I was wondering if I was sensitive or not, since they had never been drawn to me before. Well, now I know. Back then, it frightened me, knowing that I may hear or see souls of dead people, also not knowing what they wanted. Terrifying. Again, I didn't want to tell anyone. I thought about waiting to see if it goes away. It didn't. When bedtime came, I decided to sleep with my bedside lamp turned on. It gave me some feeling of security, you know? I still woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of whispering and raspy breathing. The air was cold, oppressive, and my skin erupted in goosebumps. I definitely felt them in the room, but I saw nothing yet. My vision was hazy. My instinct signaled me that there was a threat in the room. That was when something in the shadows started moving. I froze and hoped with all my heart that it was just a trick of my mind. But it wasn't. A dark human made a menacing step toward my bed from one of the opposite corners. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and the shadow drew back. But not because I screamed, but because hurried footsteps came from the stairwell outside. My chest was heaving wildly when my mother stepped in. She immediately rushed to me and embraced me. My father's heavy steps came a few seconds later. "Oh, what happened, honey? You have a bad dream?" "No, it was not a dream. I saw somebody in my room." "No bodies in the room. the hell are you talking about? Don't, just leave him alone, please. He had a bad dream. It wasn't a dream, Mom. I saw somebody right there. I was awake and the lamp was on. I saw somebody. Don't be ridiculous. The windows are shut and there's no place for anybody to hide in here. Why are you sleeping with the lamp on? I'm afraid. I've been hearing breathing and whispers at night. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Look, honey, we'll figure it out. I think I already figured it out. He was checking the windows when he stumbled upon the pile of books on the other side of the bed. He took the pile up in his brothy, bricklayer hands and looked at each of the books with thick, furrowed eyebrows. When Two Worlds Meet, Signs from the Other Side, Hour of the Witch, Shadow People. What the hell is this? Leave him alone, please. My mother tried to stop him, but he ignored her. Of course he's frightened. Look at all this shit. How can he not be frightened when he's reading this crap? Reading books for school is what he should be doing. I just tried finding out what happened to me. I'm sorry. Look, maybe he's just afraid to talk to us. What? Are you afraid of talking to me? Yes. Well, here I am. Talk to me. Don't be such a wimp. Stop, my mother shouted. Come on, you don't tell me what to do, he said, while pointing menacing at her. And it's time for both of you to listen. This goddamn circus will stop once and for all. At his age, I was helping my father lay bricks in this town. I had no time for ghosts, stupid books, because I was building houses. I'm not busting my ass to work all day, so I come home to ghost stories and whining. What about busting your ass at the bar with your idiot friends, huh? Drinking and playing poker all night? Is that how you take care of us? His eyes flashed with fire, and his face distorted in a grimace of indignation. The slap followed, and it was a powerful one. It hit my mother right on her cheek. Her head bumped into mine, and we both fell onto the bed. I put food on the table so you two don't starve. I drink and play whenever I please to. He headed towards the door, then stopped and turned to us. No more lamps during the night unless you pay for it. He then stormed out the room, and my mother remained with me. We both cried, and for some time, and then we laid silently, bracing each other. Then a shallow and troubled sleep came, but at least the spirits didn't bother us tonight. In the morning, I went to school. I didn't talk much to anybody. Didn't really care. My father left for work early, as usual. My mother called in sick because her face was blue, swollen. She didn't want to present to herself like that at the post office, where they employed her as a clerk. In a few hours, the whole town would have known that she'd been beaten up by her loving and caring husband, who was struggling to put food on the table and gallons of beer in his belly. My father came home late that night, probably drunk. My mother was already sleeping, so there was no chance for an argument happening. I, tired both physically and mentally, so I fell asleep. The dreaded waking during the witching hour had come, of course. I saw no shapes this time, but the whispering got louder. It seemed that several people were arguing about something. The cacophony was maddening. I stuck my fingers into my ears as hard as I could. Some of the noise still slipped through. It resonated in my head endlessly. Then, somehow, I fell asleep again. The next day at school was hell. Couldn't pay attention to anything. I was dead tired. The math teacher called me out to the blackboard to solve a problem, but I was just stuttering, giving them wrong answers. My classmates laughed, and I was more alone than ever. I went home, and after giving a hearty embrace to my mother and eating a little, I went up to my room. Fortunately, my father did not throw out the books, so I could read some more. Plus, I wasn't in the mood for going out or watching TV. I fell asleep before he came home, but I woke up again during the witching hour. Before opening my eyes, I was already hearing whispers. I gathered some courage and opened them. To my horror, I saw two shadowy figures beside my bed who seemed to be talking to each other. I uttered a faint and reflexive gasp. Then both of them turned their heads towards me. They knew I was awake. One of them leaned close to me, as if inspecting me. My bladder let go, but I didn't even notice. I was frozen. Then one of them spoke, and the voice seemed to come from inside my head. Kill him, and we will take him away. Don't be afraid, he will come home soon. Kill him and free yourself. And so it was that, during that night, I became friends with the dead. How ironic. Everybody seems to be afraid of the dead. You know, zombies, ghosts, vampires. But they are not the ones we should be afraid of. The living are the most evil. No monster can hold a candle to them. Kill him, another disembodied voice whispered. Kill him, another one as well. They began to show themselves, as if materializing in the darkness itself. Kill him, kill him, kill him, they all said. But every whisper reverberated in my skull, a maddening intensity. I heard him enter the house. This time, my mother was waiting for him. I thought she probably had no more patience and decided to confront him. She did. A few minutes after my father entered the house, the argument was on. Shouts and curses flew in all directions. I almost shouted myself. He was drunk, and I could easily tell by the way he spoke. Then I heard a slap. That was it. I stood up, and the spirits of the dead retreated. They watched from the shadows as I slowly opened the door through a crack, then paced to my small television. I unplugged it, then lifted it up. Felt like a piece of feather. I carried the TV to the door, opened it with my foot, then cautiously walked out. Below me, in the hall, my mother and father were still screaming at each other. My mother was holding one hand on her cheek and was crying. They did not see me. My father closed in to hit her again, but she pushed him. He staggered back a few steps right below me, and then the voices began again. "Kill him, kill him," they said, and I obeyed. I lifted the TV above the woven railing and let it fall. He was in the middle of a curse when the TV's sharp corners hit him straight in the head. He fell right away. Blood was flowing from the wound while his body convulsed. My mother uttered a scream, but it was only because of the surprise. She then looked at me and followed me with her gaze as I walked down the stairs. Mom, I peed myself." "It's all right, honey. Let's get you cleaned up." She offered her hand. I took it, but then pointed to my father's body, which was lying, now motionless, on the floor. With eyes wide open and empty, he was staring into nothingness. She looked at him for a few seconds with disgust painted all over her face. "You won't mind. Come on." She didn't help me clean myself up. Of course, she had to call the police. Many people knew my father, so there was no point in hiding his body. The cops would have come to our house pretty soon. I would have found out everything. But my mother's plan was to tell them he killed them and wanted to send me away to my grandparents while she went to prison. But the cops were smart, and they knew right away that her story was a lie. Then, when they told me they knew I did it, I just told them the truth. The spirits of the dead had me do it. I stuck to the story. There was no point in lying. I was a terrible liar anyway. This, as you know, was a sure ticket to a mental asylum. After they did the necessary examinations, they determined I needed psychiatric care. So they took me away from my mother. She tried desperately to get me out of there. Trying several times, she finally found a lawyer who accepted to help her at a price she could afford. We've never had enough money. After my father died, we had even less. At first, she didn't tell me what the lawyer was up to, but I saw on her face that something was not right. I only found out after getting out and talking to the single person who would talk to me, the friend whose mother had lent me the books. He told me that the lawyer tried to exploit my mother. He had promised that he would get me out for no charge, but in exchange for sexual favors. My mother was desperate, so she accepted. But as time went by, I was still locked up in the asylum. When she found out that she was being used, and chances were high I would not get out soon, she hung herself. I only realized a letter from her, that she wrote she was sorry, and that all hope had left her. There was nothing more for her to live for. After about 10 years after her death, I finally got released. I did everything in my power to cheat their tests so I can be free. Now, I came back to the house. It still stands, but in ruin. I don't mind. For me, this to be a comforting home. I'm just sitting here, waiting for the witching hour to talk to my dead friends again. In the asylum, I haven't seen them. I guess they're waiting for me to come back here. And yes, indeed, they came to me from the shadows. My mother was also with them. She was happy to see me. I asked her about my father, but she laughed. He's deep down in the darkness. He will never see the light again, and he will harm us no more. But you, my son, have work to do. What work? Make them pay. We've suffered enough. Time to make those who had wronged us suffer. Just remember those who laughed at you at school. Remember the abuse from the asylum, the abuse I suffered when I fought to get you out. No foul deed should go unpunished. Yes, yes, mother, I will make them pay. He retreated to the darkness. All of them retreated, but I felt they were close, watching. I clenched my fist and then turned to the window. The glass was gone for a long time. Clouds were gathering in the sky above, and faint flashes of lightning flickered in the distance. The dead were by my side, and I found my new purpose. The witching hour called for blood, and I already knew who the first victim will be. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? It's your boy Ceresco, back again with another short horror story for you guys. This one is titled The Strange Occurrence of Bellhurst, written by Old School Horror. Remember to use the links in the description. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. The overcast sky was foreshadowing the mood of the upcoming days. Steve Jenkins stopped the car near the big iron gate of the house. He looked out the right window past his wife and saw the small town of Bellhurst. It was as gloomy as the house and the weather, and just as annoying as Emily, thought Steve. He then lit a cigarette. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye, sighed, then got out the car. The kids were eager to go into the house. It's been a long time since they were here. Both Jenny and Carl were restless. The long road from the city was more than enough for them. They wanted to move, run, jump around, just like any other child. Jenny was 12, Carl only 10. With slow and lazy moves, Steve got out of the car. The cigarette was dangling in his mouth while his mind was elsewhere. Jenny and Carl ran to the gate. Their mother followed them. The man slammed the door, then unloaded their luggage. It's been a long time since we've been here, said Carl. Yeah, it's been 5 years since Grandma died, said Jenny. Mommy, why didn't we come here since then? Carl asked. Well, your dad was busy. But now we're here. We'll make this house a better place. In his younger years, Steve used to be a pretty powerful man. The countless hours of sitting at a desk weakened him. Even the unpacking made his chest heave. Constant smoking wasn't helping either. Emily took out her keys and unlocked the gate. She looked at the house, saw the deplorable condition it was in. Some windows were broken, plaster on the outside walls fell off in many places. The capricious weather heavily damaged the woodwork, and the paint was peeling off almost anything which once had any on it. The yard was heavily overgrown with grass, bushes, wild grapery, elder trees, quince, and who knows what else. They almost couldn't see the footpath, which was going from the gate to the porch. "Hey, I need some help over here," shouted Steve, while taking out a crate of tools from the trunk. Emily rushed back to him. Her small, slim figure slid across the autumn grass with ease. She looked at her husband, but he evaded her gaze and proceeded with the unpacking. His face was tired. She saw he was not really in the mood for work. Not this kind of work, anyway. Steve handed her a bag, then took one himself. They carried their bags to the gate. Steve put his down and checked his pocket for the cigarettes. After feeling the pack, his hand moved to the burning cigarette in his mouth. Dragged from it, then blew the smoke into the chilly afternoon air. "Looks like hell of a work." "Yeah, I know. But it's time we fix it. Other things as well." She took his hand into hers, but the man only nodded. The kids were already in the yard, walking through the tall grass. Jenny looked back at her parents. Her beautiful brown eyes showed concern. They went onto the porch, and Emily opened the front door. The smell of dust and old furniture hit their nose. Fortunately, it looked like thieves did not target the place. Cobwebs and dust covered almost everything. Signs of rats and mice were everywhere. Their droppings covered the floors, tables, and other pieces of furniture. Some were tangled between the webs. In one corner of the front hall, a small skeleton of the mouse was lying. Jenny drew back when she saw it. The furniture was in its original place. It was dirty. Small things had been knocked down from their initial place. There was a small cabinet on the wall near the sink. It had its doors open. The plates, which were once inside, were now laying scattered across the kitchen floor in pieces. "We have to clean the kitchen and at least one bedroom before dark," said Emily. Yeah, I guess. Tomorrow we'll have plenty of time to clean up the rest. Don't forget the bathroom. We have to wash ourselves before bed." "Mom, can we go out in the yard?" asked Carl. No, not yet. Can't see what's out there." It's a jungle." "No, it's not a jungle, but it sure looks like one. Here, stay inside. Who knows what creepy things hide in the grass?" "Fine." Carl's shoulders dropped, and he looked out the window with sad eyes. Jenny didn't say a word. She kept checking on the house. Her enthusiasm was quickly fading. "Hey, don't worry, buddy," said Steve. Tomorrow we'll go out into that jungle. We're gonna tear it down. What do you say? All right. He then ran into his father and hugged him. Emily watched with delight as Steve picked Carl up and carried him all the way to the window. The two of them then made quick plans on how to attack the overgrown yard the following days. Looks like the cleaning of the house will be our job, she said to Jenny, who just returned from a quick tour to the house. The house is disgusting. There are spiders everywhere, replied Jenny. Don't worry, dear. We'll clear everything. Spiders too. Ugh, can't wait to get rid of them. They brought in their tools, then began the work on the kitchen. It was important to make it habitable before nightfall. The living room had to be clear as well, so they could sleep somewhere. The living room was for later. The house still had running water and electricity, despite its abandonment. Until not so long ago, a man from town came by the house from time to time to check on it, but couldn't do any serious maintenance work. The four of them were making excellent progress. When Steve saw the basement door, he stopped, fumbled for a cigarette, then lit one. Emily came to him and hugged her husband from behind. What's wrong, honey? That looks nasty. It was partly eaten by termites. It was covered in a thick layer of spider silk. There were also holes in it where the boards cracked and fell into the basement. Yes, it is, but we'll leave that for later. Then we'll clear it together. Do you have any idea what's down there? I don't have the slightest idea. Haven't been down there since I was a child. Mother was keeping a lot of stuff in the basement, but I don't know exactly what. Maybe there's a monster down there, said Carl jokingly. It's coming for Jenny. Ah, shut up. Most likely coming for you. Yeah? Why is that? Because you're smaller? Easy prey. Alright, knock it off, you two. Come on, you have work to do, Emily scolded. At about 10 p.m., they cleared out the kitchen, the living room, and some part of the bathroom. They devoured their dinner, washed themselves a little, then prepared to go to sleep. They had to sleep on the ground tonight, all in the living room. There was no time to clean up all the rooms in one afternoon. The children were already asleep, but Steve and Emily still awake. Steve was lying on his side. Emily was embracing him from behind. Are you still mad at me? I don't know. It's over, I promised that. I told him I don't want to see him again. Yeah, I know. We have to make this work. We have to make things right. That being said, they drifted into an uneasy sleep. The night was chilly, and the darkness was waking up, watching. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from our new story. Remember to use the links below to show love to the author. Like, comment, subscribe. The next day, they woke up early. Even the kids got up earlier than usual. The place was still unfamiliar, and they needed time to get accustomed to it. Steve's head was heavy. He felt like after a serious case of bottle sickness. This was his own version of a hangover. Emily got up to make coffee. She also prepared a quick dinner for the brunch. There was nothing really to prepare, because their dinner comprised cold food straight out of the packs, almighty Walmart. The kitchen looked much more neatly in the rays of the morning sun, but the rest of the house still needed an enormous amount of work. Steve lit a second cigarette and offered one to his wife too. It was an instinctive move, like searching for the pack in his pocket every 10 minutes or so. Emily wasn't an avid smoker, but sometimes she enjoyed a few puffs. So, how did you two sleep? Not so well, Mom. Well, this place is still foreign. You'll get used to it. Mom, something was crawling around. I heard it for a long time. Crawling around? I heard nothing. Yeah, it was more like rustling. I saw nothing, but I heard it. This house is creeping me out. Maybe it's haunted, said Carl. Hey, Carl, don't scare your sister. Look, everyone. Rats made those sounds. Or maybe mice. Look, I'll place some traps around the house soon enough. Alright, sounds good. Alright, let's go. Time to work. I'll come with you, Dad. Alright, come on, you little explorer. Let's see what's out in that jungle. Emily watched with delight as her husband took their son out. The boy was happier than ever. Jenny, honey, we have to finish up the living room and the bathroom, then we'll see the rest. All right, Mom. Steve and Carl began working on the dense shrubbery in the yard. It proved the hard work, but Carl seemed to enjoy it. Steve was not so enthusiastic. His mind was more at his job. It took Emily a lot of convincing in order to make Steve take some time off. He eventually succeeded. He glanced out the window and smiled, saw them working. After some time, Emily noticed that Jenny's weariness was fading. They were talking a lot, and the girl mentioned to her mother a boy from school. With reddening cheeks, she admitted she liked him. Emily smiled again, then caressed her daughter's long blonde hair. Steve and Carl made their way toward the back of the house. An old well was visible in the dense vegetation. It had been made with stone, and a fragile wooden roof was above it. To the right, behind the house, Carl noticed a large tree. Look, Dad, what tree is that? I don't know. I think it's an old apple tree. Last time I was here, it was much smaller. It has branches over the roof. Can we climb up that? No, certainly not. Your mother would kill me if I'd ever let you up there. But maybe can you climb it? Maybe I can. The ladder, of course. Not that young anymore. Alright, come on, let's take a break. After a slight break, they went back out. Steve lit another cigarette, then began thinking about the next step. While he was looking around and thinking, Carl screamed. Steve woke up from his daydreaming, then looked around to see what happened. Carl was running to him from not too far away. Dad, there's a giant spider out there. Emily and Jenny hurried out from the house. They saw Steve and Carl standing outside. What's wrong? What happened? Asked Emily. There's a spider in the bushes. It's huge. Don't worry, son. I'll check it out. The others followed closely behind them. Their initial scare faded, and now they were curious to see the giant spider. Steve reached the place in a few quick steps. The cigarette, which was dangling in his mouth, fell out when he saw it. He first thought that Carl had been overreacting, but he was wrong. The thing just stood there in the middle of a giant web. It was about as big as a grown man's open palm, black and ugly. Shivers ran down Steve's back when he saw the spider. The girls screamed when they saw the creature. Its rugged back and hairy legs made them repulse in horror. The web was big too, the biggest they'd ever seen. It looked like it had at least 5 feet in diameter. It also seemed pretty strong. What the hell is that? Obviously it's a spider, but that big? Yeah, I don't know, Mom. Where did it come from? Yeah, good question. A spider like this is not supposed to exist here. This is the northern part of the United States, not Australia or the Amazon jungle. I don't know, Dad. Maybe it escaped from a zoo or something. Maybe, but I don't think there are any zoos anywhere near Bellhurst. I think that it's just freak mutation. Somehow this one got bigger than the others. I don't know. Well, will you get rid of it, Steve? Yeah, babe, of course. Just let me check how the hell to kill it. I want to make sure it doesn't have any big brothers around, you know? Alright, just please kill it. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. Then Emily took Jenny by the hand and they headed back into the house. Steve looked around and his eyes fell upon the spade he used to dig out the roots of all the small trees and the bushes in the yard. It had a long enough handle so Steve didn't have to get too close to the spider. How will you kill it, Daddy? Well, I'll hit it with the spade. Hope it doesn't run away. Steve took the spade and approached the creature. He looked around several times to make sure that there were no more spiders around. There were none. Only a dead rat in the grass. Carl watched with great interest as his father closed in on the monster, spade in hand. Not exactly the stereotype of a medieval knight fighting a dragon. He was more like the stereotype of the modern day cooperation employee. A seat-shining workaholic with a smoking problem, severe muscle atrophy, a growing gut, and declining testosterone levels. He raised the spade, but his first hit missed, spider by an inch or so. Steve's coordination had known better times, and the spider curled up when the web vibrated. One more hit, and the beast fell into the grass. Steve searched for it, saw the spider was using vegetation to hide and get away, but its blackness gave its position away. Steve struck again, and the edge of the spade cut the creature in half. The front half was crawling on, but the other hit crushed it. Carl came closer and stood near Steve, who was inspecting the creature. More skeletons of mice and rats lay scattered around the place. It was obvious that the thing had been feeding on them. Yuck, that's disgusting. Yeah, good that it's dead. I hope this is the only one, Dad. Yeah, me too. Steve didn't look around and lit another cigarette. Went back to the porch. Carl followed him, and they both sat down on the steps. The man was wondering what else was waiting for them at this house. That, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again to another chapter from our new story. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, and subscribe. By nightfall, Emily and Jenny could clean the master bedroom and one smaller bedroom upstairs. They also finished the bathroom, more or less. There was still work to do there, but that could wait. Steve also changed the faulty faucet and replaced the shower arm and head. Other than that, things were working fine. Emily took some time to cook a quick dinner. The stove was working well, so she couldn't resist the temptation to exploit it. When they were eating, he looked at Steve and he uttered a faint smile. This made Emily happy, a sign that things are going to work out. It was a welcome gesture, however faint. After dinner, the parents took the children to the bedroom upstairs, and they made sure that the kids were comfortable before heading back down. Steve sat on the bedside and lit a cigarette, as usual. Emily said that she had an idea, then left so he had time to smoke. He was facing the window, opposite to the door. When she came back, he did not move. Steve just listened to her light footsteps coming closer. The room was lit only by a bedside lamp. Light was faint, but still comforting. The day of hard work was over, and he felt it in his bones, muscles. Every part of his body was hurting. Steve, not used to this kind of work. Emily crawled into the bed and put her arms around Steve, He kissed his cheek, and he suspected what was coming. Look what I found. Oh, where did you find that? I remembered that Mother was keeping a few bottles for special occasions. So this is a special occasion then? Yes, it is. Don't you think the same? New beginnings are always special occasions. Yes, I think so. Look, I know what I did was wrong. I know that you still hate me. Emily, don't. No, I feel it. Also, I see it in your eyes. And your face. Look, we've talked about this. Sorry for everything. But I feel rejected. I felt that you didn't want me anymore. Alright. Look, I forgave you, but it's still hard to, accept this. I know. You work so much. I was almost always alone. Not really alone. I've been with the kids, but not with you. They too need you. That's why we came here. To make things right. To reunite. Steve smiled again. This time, it was more pronounced. He took the bottle from Emily, and she also handed him the opener, which was in her pocket. The man opened the bottle and poured wine for both of them. They toasted, then drank. Felt good. It's been some time since we had, our own time together. He looked at her and began to feel what he didn't feel for some time. Emily's face was a little worn, but still beautiful. After giving birth to 2 kids, she was still a woman who many men would have found attractive. Steve felt the heat rising. After all this time that he despised her for what she had done, he realized that he still wanted her. Emily was a delicate woman and a wonderful mother. It was now that he knew for sure that her affair mainly happened because of him. So, this is a new beginning, right? He then kissed her right away. She welcomed this kiss, and the butterflies in her stomach came to life again. Emily returned the kiss, and then they felt like teenagers all over again. The kids had a hard time falling asleep. The image from the spider from the backyard tormented Carl. He kept standing up in his bed, looking around. The bedside lamp was switched on, and he wouldn't let Jenny turn it off. Go to sleep, Carl. There was only one spider. Don't worry, there are no spiders in here. How do you know that? There was one, there can be more, right? No, it's wrong. Look, Dad said that he saw no more big spiders, so calm down. Did you see any other huge spider? No, I didn't, but what about the webs in the house and the basement door? They are normal. Spiders always inhabit abandoned places. Inhabit? What is that? It means that they like abandoned places. Even places which are not abandoned. Maybe there are a few spiders left in here. Oh no, I hope not. Don't worry, I was just joking with you. Besides, what is wrong with you now? The afternoon you seemed alright. think I'm hearing rustling again, Jenny. What? I don't hear anything. Look, just listen. Jenny listened for many seconds. There was nothing her ears could pick up. She was only hearing crickets outside. I can't hear anything, Carl. Look, there's nothing in here. I'll go to sleep. After some time, they fell asleep. They were both tired, but Carl was scared. His sleep was a shallow one, while Jenny drifted quickly to the dream world. Carl woke up not too long after he fell asleep. The rustling was there again. He stood up in his bed, then turned to Jenny. He was fast asleep. The strange shadow passed on the floor. He looked to the window, but saw only the branches of a gigantic tree moving in the wind. He waited for a few minutes, then lay back down. The intensity of the rustling decreased, so Carl fell asleep again. The next time he would wake up, however, Steve and Emily were already sleeping in each other's arms when Carl's screams woke them up. Instinctively, they both jumped out of bed and ran toward the door. Steve was only wearing his underwear. Emily was naked, so he grabbed her bathrobe with a quick move, put it on. They ran upstairs. Steve burst into the child's room like any Russian would have done in World War II. He switched on the light and saw his ecstatic son in the middle of his bed, trying to get rid of the spiders which were crawling on his body. They were only about 1.5, maybe 2 inches long, legs considered. Jenny was screaming too, backed up against the wall with her legs on her pillow. She had some spiders on her too, and the parents quickly ran to help their children. Soon enough, the spiders were squished under their slippers. Hey, it's all right, it's all right, said Emily as she hugged Carl. Jenny joined them too, while Steve searched the room for more intruders. He was armed with only a slipper, which proved to be extremely effective at exterminating spiders. It was already slimy from the guts, with a few spiders Steve killed. It was crawling on my face. Emily just tried to hush him. Her heart was pounding, and she struggled to maintain her composure. She followed with her eyes the corporate keyboard warrior turned spider hunter and hoped that he will take care of them. In other circumstances, she might have found her husband funny, but not now, not when the children were scared out of their minds. All right, it's all clear, said Steve, after combing the room. He was far from being sure if it was truly clear or not, but he had to reassure his wife and kids. Steve sat near them on the bedside and hugged them. With the kids getting calmer, Emily felt better. Even though this house had some surprises, she thought, at least they were getting back together again. Want to sleep in our room? Emily asked and looked at Steve, but without the children observing. Steve nodded approvingly, and the kids agreed. Great delight. They don't have to spend the night in this room anymore. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from our new story. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Early in the morning, Steve and Emily were drinking their coffee. They let the kids sleep in, and Emily went to check on them from time to time, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. What are we gonna do about this spider, Steve? The man fumbled for another cigarette, placed it in his mouth like countless other times, and lit it. Emily stared at him while he dragged from it, and saw that he was thinking. I'm probably just gonna call you Exterminator. We needed those guys anyway, but I thought that we'll get the entire house cleaned beforehand. Doesn't matter, just call them. I don't know if there are any exterminators in Belhurst, but we must find something. Don't worry, I'll find something. Alright, you do that, and I'll fix us something to eat. She went to her husband, kissed his cheek, and paced to the fridge to see to make for dinner. Eggs, she thought, after opening the fridge. A large omelet with bacon, perfect for an early heart attack. The poor quality of her sleep demanded calories, and also the housework could burn a shit ton of energy. She had to fuel up. Steve took out his cell phone and searched the internet for pets exterminators in Belhurst. Town being small, he didn't expect to find much. There were 2 companies listed on the web for Belhurst. One of them was closed a few years ago because of some illegal activities. Steve tried calling the other one, hoped for the best. A young woman picked up the phone. She talked to Steve briefly in a composed voice. She explained that their exterminators are a bit overburdened because of the high workload. They can get to their house in a few days. It didn't matter how much money Steve offered. The young lady politely turned the offers down. We'll do our best, Mr. Jenkins, and we'll get to you as soon as possible. I already entered your name and address in our system, and we'll send the team there when they'll be free. Steve thanked her, then slammed on the phone to the table. What are you gonna do then? Just let me think, alright? Alright, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be annoying, I just want to know that the kids are safe. I know, it's okay. I think I'll have to go into town, maybe buy some insecticides, also some traps. I really don't see any other option right now. Other towns too far away. I don't think they will come all the way to goddamn Belhurst. Better than nothing, right? It's way better. Look, I'll go right after breakfast. After that, I still have a lot to do in the backyard. Soon, Emily finished preparing breakfast. They both ate, then Steve stood up. He searched for cigarettes, even though he didn't want to light one. Then saw Jenny and Carl enter the kitchen, sleepy eyes. Steve kissed the kids and his wife. He then headed out to the car. The town was not far, a little short of 3 miles from the house. This should be a quick drive, he thought. The only problem was that he hadn't been in town for a long time. Nevertheless, he was confident that he'll find a store soon enough. Emily gave some omelet to Jenny and Carl, but neither of them were particularly hungry. They both left a considerable amount of food on their plate. She then resumed her work, not bothering the kids because of their troubled sleep. But they joined her anyway soon. Slowly but surely, they began helping their mother. Emily and Jenny began the cleaning process. Carl's job was to take things out into the yard, things which were either considered for throwing away or they needed to be cleaned separately or put elsewhere. Carl took a small box of books from his mother's hands and carried them onto the porch. There, he paused a little. He was not a particularly strong boy, and the carrying of the box made his chest heave. The cool air outside felt good for his burning lungs. After he was panting on the porch, Carl noticed the well in the back. Something seemed to move on its stone rim. He wasn't sure about it, so he decided to check it out. Of course, he knew it was a bad idea. While he was walking toward the well, his mother's educating voice resonated through his mind. Don't go too close to the well, because if you fall in, it cannot get you out. Anyway, curiosity always wins, and it did this time. He approached the well's rim and saw that it was about as tall as himself. Carl put his hands on the cold, mossy stone and hoisted himself up. Shadows danced on the rugged wall of the well, so he couldn't see far down. He kept looking for a glimpse of reflection on water, but there was none. He only saw the shadows dancing, and then realized that they were not shadows. They were moving. Emily noticed that Carl had not come back, and she became worried. She put down the broom and headed out with definite steps. When she reached the porch, she looked to the right and saw Carl on the edge of the well, trying to lean over more in order to see something. "Oh my God, Carl!" she shouted, but was already running toward the well. Carl looked at her with a startled face, then lost his balance. He began tilting forward, with his head leaning toward the darkness of the well. In a desperate reflex, he dug his knees into the side of the well and also put his hand on the inner wall. It was not enough to hold him back, but it was enough to slow him down so that his mother could grab him. Emily reached him at the last fraction of a second. He grabbed his clothes with both hands and pulled them back while screaming like a banshee. Steve stopped in front of the gate and heard the scream. He jumped out of the car and ran straight to the well, where he found Emily holding Carl tight in her arms. They were both sitting on the ground near the well. A frightened Jenny just ran out the house, not understanding what happened. "What's going on? What happened?" asked Steve. "He almost fell into the well. Oh God." Emily hugged him tighter. The realization of how easily one can lose somebody just hit her. Carl was too scared. He had a hard time breathing. I'm sorry, Mommy. I'm sorry, Daddy, but I saw something down there." "Saw what? What the hell can be inside the well other than water?" Steve felt his anger rising, and controlling it was hard. Carl began to cry. "Don't you come near this well alone anymore, understood?" Carl didn't answer. He cried even louder than before. "Understood." Steve tried again, but Carl couldn't answer. "Leave him. It's enough for him, okay? We'll sort it out later," shouted Emily. Ah, what a wonderful day. God damn it. Steve said no more. He proceeded to the car in order to unpack what he brought from the store. Emily took Carl inside, and she let him stay in bed for the rest of the day. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from our new story. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. Steve went to the kitchen and lit another cigarette. The clock didn't strike noon yet, but he already puffed on quite a few. Emily returned from the master bedroom, where Carl was already half asleep. Steve saw she was upset. What was that all about? What are you talking about? You know very well what I'm talking about. Why did you have to attack him like that? Attack him? He almost died, Emily. You realize that? Yes, I realize that. I'm not stupid. You have to realize as well that he's just a child. It's precisely why you don't leave him alone. Come on, Steve. Who would have thought that he would go into the well? I told him to put the grate down and come back. You said it yourself. He's a child. He can't think for himself. Yeah, but I can't stay near him all the time, 24 hours a day. He was right there beside you, and you sent him out. It's worse than not being near him. You're such an asshole. I might be, but don't forget, it was your goddamn idea to come to this shithole. Congrats, you almost killed our son. Look, I'm not listening to this anymore. Emily stood up and bolted out. Steve dragged on one last smoke and slammed the half-burned cigarette into the ashtray. He plans to search the other rooms for the source of the spider infestation. Steve wanted to eradicate them in order to continue with the work in the yard. The bags with the insecticides and the traps were still outside, so he stood up to fetch them. His eyes fell on the basement door, which was still covered in webs. Nobody had touched it yet. I'll be damned if I go down there, he murmured. Fucking spiders, fucking rats, fucking everything. First, he made a tour through the house, placing traps for the rats and the mice together with some poison grains. He also searched every corner of the rooms, which had been cleaned by Emily and Jenny, to see if there were any signs of spider layers in them. But he found nothing. It was weird, he thought. Those spiders must have come from somewhere. The basement door came to his mind, but he dismissed it. There was no way those spiders come from out the basement just to go all the way upstairs to crawl over Carl. It just made no sense. Spiders are not sentient, he thought. They live by the rule of the 4 F's. Feed, fight, flee, and mate. After a thorough search of the house and the active evasion of his wife, Steve sat down on an old creaking chair on the porch. He looked to his right toward the backyard and noticed the well, which almost took the life of his son. Or maybe it would have been Emily, not the well. The well is not responsible for anything. It can't be. If someone falls in and dies, tough luck. Steve remembered that Carl said he had saw something down there. Now his own curiosity kicked in, and he decided to check it out. He just had to fetch a flashlight. In a few minutes, he was back with flashlight and leaned over the well. But before switching on the flashlight, he noticed a faint smell he couldn't recognize. It was not particularly awful, but it definitely wasn't pleasant either. It was something he could not identify, a completely alien odor. Whatever, he thought, and switched on the light. He almost drew back when he saw what was down there. Believing his eyes was hard at this point. Defying any logic and law of nature, a swarm of countless spiders of all sizes had made the well their home. The hairs on Steve's back stood up, and the shivers crisscrossed his spine. Water was no longer present at the well's bottom, only the crawlers. From as small as half an inch to as big as several inches, there were spiders of all shapes and sizes down there. Steve drew back in horror and disbelief. He briefly imagined what would have happened if Carl fell into the well. All broken and hurt, with a swarm of spiders crawling on him as he drew his last breath. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Instead, he forced himself to think about what to do with them. The exterminators were busy, and he sure as hell wouldn't sleep one more night knowing these things were around. Looking up at the house, he saw Emily stepping up onto something in order to begin washing a large window in one of the upstairs bedrooms. The thick branches of the old apple tree partially covered her, but her face was visible. He's still upset, thought Steve. But it doesn't matter now. She'll get over it. He began waving to her. He pretended she didn't see. But after Steve's frantic insistence, he looked at him, and Steve gestured for her to come down. Emily furrowed her eyebrows when she saw Steve's gestures. He spoke briefly to Jenny, probably telling her to stay there, then headed down. He found Steve staring at the well, with the cigarette dangling loosely between his fingers. It looked like it would fall to the ground at any time. What's wrong? Come on, look at this. Steve put the cancer stick in his mouth, then signaled Emily to go with him closer to the well. She did. It didn't take long for her to recoil after Steve pointed the light to the bottom. Oh my God, what the hell is that? A goddamn infestation, that's what it is. But how? I have no idea. It's not normal. Look, I'm no biologist, but I can tell you with a reasonable amount of certainty that whatever is down there is not fucking normal. Just like the big ass spider I killed in the bushes. So, what are you gonna do? I will light those fuckers up. Throw in a Molotov or something. I will not go to bed knowing these things are crawling out there. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Hey, have you been in the attic yet? No, why? We have to check the attic to see what surprises it has for us. Basement as well. My God, are you telling me that these things are in there too? Well, more likely in the basement than the attic, but we have to check. Look, I'll smoke this bunch out, then we go to the attic. We have plenty of insecticides, and if we need more, I'll go and buy up the whole goddamn store if I have to. That being said, Emily went back upstairs. She still felt the goosebumps on her skin whenever the image of the crawling mess of spiders came to mind. Steve didn't hesitate much. He searched for a big glass bottle and a plastic hose. The plan was to suck out the gasoline from the car, mix it with some cooking oil in the bottle, and then stuff the bottle's neck with a gas-drenched rag. It was simple, yet effective solution. After finishing his Molotov cocktail, he held it up in front of him. A golden mixture of oil and gasoline glittered in the sunlight. Not exactly the favorite champagne of tankeroos, but then went straight to the well. He held it up above the well's mouth, then lit the rag. It caught flame in an instant, and Steve immediately threw it in. He didn't want to risk getting caught on fire. Steve threw the bottle at an oblique angle, so it hit the wall, well rocky wall, and not the dirt at the bottom. It hit the wall roughly where Steve wanted it to, and the fire roared to life inside the well. Black smoke arose from the hole, bringing with it the smell of gas fumes. Steve watched with delight as the spiders were engulfed in flames and smoke. Many tried to flee, but the heat rose far too quickly. They succumbed to the inferno. He felt something strange beneath his feet. It might have been a slight tremor, but it was faint. He might have also just imagined it, though he dismissed it right away. Emily watched from the upstairs window as the smoke was drifting up from the well. He then planned to finish it up. It was already past noon, and they had something to eat. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? Let's go back again. Another chapter from our new story. Remember these links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. They ate quickly and talked little. Jenny knew her parents were still mad at each other, but she couldn't do much. She could only hope that they would sort it out. Carl was still sleeping, and Emily didn't bother him. He would eat after getting up. After lunch, Steve and Emily put their differences aside and headed toward the attic door. It was upstairs, close to the staircase. Steve brought up a shaky old ladder, prayed to God it would not crumble under him. Emily hoped the same and watched with a shivering spine as her husband tried to open the attic door. He imagined countless spiders falling on him from above, then beginning to attack him while he was squirming on the floor. She hated these thoughts, but they were automatic, just like when standing on the edge of a cliff and imagining for a second the fatal jump, or imagining pushing someone over the cliff. If there's anybody else there. The call of the void. She mused for a fraction of a second, but then woke from her daydreaming when Steve forced open the door. He pushed it slowly, squinting his eyes in case anything nasty fell on them from the attic. But nothing serious did, only dust. They both saw cobwebs and a thick dust tangled in them. No spider swarm, however, only a few small ones here and there. Alright, looks like it's clear. He then used his flashlight to take a quick look around, but saw nothing like he saw at the bottom of the well. What else do you see? Well, a lot of useless shit. More precisely. Alright, more precisely, lots of crates, boxes, rat droppings, old furniture, and a lot of dust. This is work for an army. Can I go up? Yeah, let me just go up first. After Steve climbed up into the attic, Emily followed. The ladder barely felt her small frame. It was like the wind had nuzzled it for a few seconds. It sure is a lot to do here. Yeah, but we have to be careful. No children up here. Alright. I agree with you on that one. Emily thought she would let Steve's well-side outburst slip if he remained disagreeable. They'd really had a rough time in their life, and arguing endlessly won't fix their relationship. Soon, they began to work on the attic. Carl was still sleeping, while Jenny stood below the attic door just in case something had to be brought down or something brought up, like tools or a glass of water. When they called it a day, Emily and Steve were exhausted. They inspired more dust than ever. Steve's lungs were stressed to the maximum in the thick dust which was floating around. With every move they made, the dirt stirred. Steve had quite a few coughing fits during his stay in the attic. Hey, do you still have some of that wine? Yes, of course, why? Gotta wash that dust down with something. Don't you want some too? Yeah, why not? Alright, I'll be right back with the bottle. Alright, thanks. Emily turned to go for the bottle. She smiled because it looked like things were falling back into their place once again. The wine felt incredible. Steve's throat burned as the liquid went straight down. He took quite a few gulps. Soon, felt a little dizzy. Emily was more ladylike. She poured herself half a glass, then savored it while preparing dinner. Jenny was helping her out too. Carl soon emerged from the bedroom, his eyes red. When his mother saw him, she knew right away that the boy had been crying for time. Emily looked at Steve, who understood right away what's the deal. He put down the pack of cigarettes from his hand. This can wait, he thought, then went to Carl. The boy's sad eyes stared at him questioningly. They were not asking why Steve came to him at that moment, but why he had to scream at him when he had almost fallen to his death inside the well. Even his immature mind realized that the grown-up's reaction was out of place, given the circumstances. Steve knelt before his son. Carl could smell the alcohol and stale cigarettes on his breath. But at his age, he was not yet repulsed by it. How you doing, buddy? I'm okay. Good, that's good. Look, I'm sorry for the way I shouted at you. I got angry because you almost fell into the well. I overreacted and I'm sorry for that. I was not helping, I know. Carl nodded and looked at his mother. Will you forgive your daddy, Carl? Yes, I forgive you, Dad. I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have gone to the well. It's okay. The important thing is that you're alright. But you have to learn from this, alright? Yes, but I saw something. I know. I've taken care of the well. I saw some spiders there and smoked them out. They will not be bothering us anymore. We still have to take care of the basement though, but I already have an idea for that. Are there spiders in the basement? I think there are, but only a few. But if you want, we can make sure there will be no more spiders coming out of there, alright? Alright. Can I help you? Of course you can. Just let your mother finish cooking. Steve, what are you up to? You'll see. Just finish what you're doing. Could you serve it in the living room, please? Yeah, sure. It's almost ready. Just give me a few more minutes. Steve took Carl out on the porch while the girls were serving spaghetti and meatballs in the living room. The aroma of oregano and basil combined with the smell of the cooked meat and tomato sauce were heavenly. They were all starving. Even Carl felt his hunger rising. Steve searched for his bag of tricks, which he brought back from the store. Fetched 2 cans of insecticide, gave one to Carl, and headed back with the bag in his hand. So, do you know how to use it? Yes, I know. Not that little anymore. Good. You are becoming a big boy, right? Yes, I'm a big boy. He was happy now that his father wasn't angry anymore. So they both went to the basement door. Steve took a broom and began brushing away cobwebs from the rotten door that covered it. How old is it, Daddy? I'm sorry? The house. How old is it? Steve stopped for a moment and scratched his stubby cheeks while trying to come up with an answer. Well, I think your mother knows more about the house than I do. But if I remember correctly, this part of the house is about 150 years old. Wow. Quite old, right? Yes, how did it not crumble? Because whenever people saw that it tried to crumble, they repaired it. Back in the old days, people repaired everything. They were skilled and capable. Just like you, right, Dad? I'm not that skilled. I can certainly repair things, but not like that. Those people were working hard all day long. They worked for themselves. I'm sitting at a desk all day making somebody else rich. The words came out automatically. He didn't think much when he uttered them, but after saying them, he realized how true they were. You work for somebody else's dreams. You don't have dreams of your own. This second thought came right after the first, but Carl's question didn't woke him up. The boy had to repeat it in order to register. How is that? You will understand one day, but you will have to grow for that. All right, let's see what we have here. Steve knelt above the basement door, searched for an opening in the rotten wood, then sprayed insecticide. He then invited his son to do the same. While Carl tried his best to do exactly as his father, Steve quickly opened all the windows wide. They emptied 2 canisters of insecticide into the basement. After that, they went into the living room and closed the kitchen door. Emily and Jenny were already waiting for them at the table. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? So let's go back again. Another chapter from our new horror story. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to the author. Like, comment, and subscribe. The spaghetti was delicious, and the adults downed a few glasses of wine with the food. Jenny and Carl got orange juice. Emily saw with a joyful heart that the family was together again, and not only physically. Steve joked a lot and talked a lot while smiling. Emily felt better than ever. She didn't think she could bring them together so quickly, but now it seemed that she was successful. She reached for Steve's hand, which was across the table, and squeezed it. Steve squeezed back, then winked at her. Emily smiled again, then decided that the children have to go to sleep. The kids agreed to go back to the upstairs bedroom. Steve assured them that the spiders should not be a threat anymore, because he killed most of them. Tomorrow, he will finish the job and he will eradicate the remaining ones, if there are any left. After the adults left, Carl was still somehow reluctant to fall asleep. Virginia reassured him that there was nothing to be afraid of. Emily wanted to take advantage of Steve's good mood, so after they slid under the covers, she immediately began kissing him. He returned her kisses, and soon they were lost again in each other's arms, just like on their wedding night. When the passionate loving was over, Steve shambled into the kitchen to drink water. His throat was dry from the alcohol and other pleasurable exercises. He switched on the light and looked straight at the basement door. In the corner of his eyes, he saw something move there. It was small and black, and it disappeared quickly into the cracks. Don't worry, I'll take care of you tomorrow. Goddamn parasites. After drinking a hefty amount of water, he went back into the master bedroom. Emily was already half asleep. He too fell asleep in a few minutes after sliding under the covers. His dreams were not peaceful, however. Steve dreamt of being in a hole in the ground. It looked like a grave, and spiders were all around the hole. He lay there motionless, couldn't move. As the spiders were approaching and threatening to crawl all over him, he tried to move. He tried desperately to get up and run away, but somehow couldn't. It was like his body was dead, but not his mind. The spiders reached him and began crawling on his legs. They then went higher, covering his body and his face. He felt them entering his nostrils, crawling all the way into his throat, and trying to eat their way out of his brain. Some of them even tried his eyes, which were open. Steve felt their small jaws gnawing at his eyeballs. Steve jerked away with a loud gasp and realized that it was not a dream. The spiders were real, and they were crawling all over him and his wife. He screamed, jumping out of bed, and began frantically brushing them off his hands. Emily woke up too. When she noticed the swarm, she did the same. She was much more hysterical, however. "God damn it, get off me, fuck!" Steve shouted, and then Emily shouted something similar. The hairy spider legs touching their skin were awful and disgusting. They managed to brush most of them off, then Steve ran to the switch to turn on the light. They now saw that the room was full of them, crawling on everything, even the ceiling. One fell straight into Steve's face as he was looking up. He brushed it off quickly. "Oh my God, what is happening?" "I don't know, but we have to get the kids and get the fuck out of here." Steve jumped to the door, opened it forcefully, and they both ran out. Outside their room, it was the same. Only when they reached the stairs, they saw the infestation didn't spread upward yet. Most of the spiders were on the lower part of the staircase. Steve led the way, and they reached the children's room in no time. The frantic parents startled both Jenny and Carl. "What's wrong? What happened?" "Jenny, we have to get out as soon as possible." But why? I'm scared," said Carl. "Don't worry, we'll get you out. There are lots of spiders downstairs, but we'll get out right now." "Daddy, you said the spiders were dead." "I know, son. Some of them survived. Now let's go." Emily picked up Carl because he was lighter. Steve picked up Jenny, and they rushed down the stairs. Both kids began to cry when they saw what was waiting downstairs. Their skin erupted in goosebumps, and their breathing became fast and shallow. The parents headed straight for the front door. Despite the large number of spiders there, they were determined to escape. Spiders or no spiders, they had to get out. When Steve opened the door, Emily screamed. Jenny and Carl did the same thing when they saw it. Steve just stared in disbelief for a few moments. The doorway was completely webbed with the dense spider silk. In the middle of it, there stood the largest spider they have ever seen. It was about 3 times the size of the one they faced on their first day at the house. Oh my God, Steve, what are we gonna do? I don't know. What the fuck? I have never seen. Please do something. Stop whining, please. Just stop it. You're not helping. Emily began to cry. The children too. Steve felt his anger and frustration rising. He looked around quickly to see if the windows were covered as well. They were. Hundreds of smaller spiders crawling all over the webs, weaved on the windows, the doorway. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? Dad, please get us out of here, cried Jenny. Steve put her down, but when her feet reached the floor, he cried in disgust. It was full of crawling small spiders. Do something, Steve. Shut up. It was your fucking idea to come here. Now look at this mess. I'm sorry. Fuck it. Steve then rushed to the living room and he came back with a wooden chair, and with no hesitation, he flung it straight at the spider in the middle of the doorway. The chair hit the web, which vibrated violently. They saw in horror that the spider was still on the web. It just moved up slightly. Several smaller spiders crawled onto the web after the vibrating faded. The chair remained stuck on the dense web. All right, asshole, I will show you. And then Steve rushed to the kitchen for a bag of insecticide. He found it, although it was hard to move between the thousands of spiders. He had to stop several times to brush them off. Steve also got a lighter, then rushed out again. He went close to the enormous spider with a can of insecticide in one hand and the lighter in the other. He flicked the lighter in front of the can and then sprayed. The roaring flame hit the spider dead on, but a smaller one jumped on Steve from above. His hands jerked to the side and the flame caught the curtain nearby. They began to purr. Steve wanted to put the flames out, but then more spiders attacked him. They most likely retaliated because he attacked the big one, and the giant spider fell down on the floor, then retreated. The hairs on its hideous body caught fire. Emily then had to choose between trying to save her husband or the house. Of course, she chose the former. He tried to free Steve from the spiders, which were now biting him. He screamed, cursed, and squirmed on the ground. In the meantime, flames were spreading. Thick smoke began to fill the house. The children were screaming and crying at the same time. They wanted to desperately for the adults to save the day. The spiders, they began biting Emily too. She screamed in pain while trying to free Steve, who was already bleeding from several bites. Only the desperate cry of her children determined her to reconsider. Mom, they're attacking us, Mom. She now had to choose between Steve and the kids. There was no time to hesitate, so He turned to the kids, and with superhuman strength, fueled by adrenaline, he picked both of them up. With tears rolling down her cheeks, she ran toward the stairs. She didn't even notice the fire, which was already raging. It threatened to spread to the living room, and some thick smoke was already crawling on the ceiling. Steve screamed in pain, then went silent forever. Emily reached the stairs, where she had put the kids down. Her strength faded quickly. He ushered them up toward the upstairs bedroom. The spiders were still not present on the upper floor, but they were spreading. She burst into the bedroom and switched on the light, but when she got closer to the window, she saw it was webbed in too. The spiders were patrolling outside this window. Most likely, they sealed off every potential escape route. What should I do now? What should I do? What should I do? Then Carl shouted, "Mom, the attic!" What? We can escape through the attic. The big apple tree. Emily knew now what Carl wanted to say. The branches of the tree grew over the roof of the house. With a little luck, she could help them onto the branches. From there, they could climb down. Even she might be able to do it once, since she's small and agile. The kids helped her place the ladder under the attic's door. A good thing that Steve left it upstairs. They planned on working some more in the attic the next day. Smoke was already accumulating upstairs too. The fire was spreading with great speed, and they heard the crackling, burning furniture. They placed the ladder under the opening and climbed into the attic. Emily searched for the approximate location where the branches of the tree were right over the roof. She moved the shingles out of the way and poked her head out. There were no spiders on the roof as far as she could see. She forgot to take a flashlight with her, so she couldn't see too much detail. What was visible in the moonlight was enough, however. The branches were not far away. She helped Jenny up, then Carl. It was harder for her to get up, but she finally managed. They had to be very careful not to slip. A fall from this height would mean certain death. Emily extended her arm and grabbed the branch. It was not as thick as she wanted it to be, but there was no return now. He helped the kids up, then watched with a racing heart as they began their slow descent. Emily wanted to follow them, but a little later, she didn't want to risk breaking the branch. After the children were at a considerable distance, Emily tried her luck with the branch. It was a long time ago when she climbed trees, and she never did it at a dangerous height. She pulled herself up somehow, but then the branch began to sway. Emily struggled for a few seconds, but then slipped and fell back on the roof. The impact was hard enough to break the old woodwork, and she plunged back into the attic floor where she had lost consciousness. Jenny and Carl screamed and cried, but nothing heard their cries. Only night. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our chapter. Yo, what is up, everybody? Strasco back again, here with the final chapter of our new story. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying it. Please remember to show some love to the author. Check out the links in the description below. Like, comment, and subscribe. Early in the morning, residents of Belhurst woke to a blazing inferno not far on a little hill. The firefighters, emergency personnel, and the police rushed there as fast as they could. The press were there shortly after. Jay Simmons, who was working on the local newspaper, wrote the following article. The strange occurrence of Belhurst. In the early morning hours of the 16th of September 2018, first responders had been alerted to a burning old house on the outskirts of Belhurst. By the time the firefighters reached the place, it was completely engulfed in flames. It took several hours and also help from nearby towns in order to extinguish the inferno. The first strange thing was that near the house, emergency personnel found two children, obviously in shock. One of them was 10 years old, the other 12. They kept babbling about spiders, fire, and their dead parents who were supposed to have perished in the fire. It is true that firefighters recovered two bodies, most likely belonging to two adults, but they were both carbonized, so an autopsy will be necessary to determine their identity. Second strange thing was that the place was full of charred spider corpses. Most of them were as large as the largest spiders from Australia. Who knows how many smaller ones died in the fire? The children said there were millions of them, and the spiders attacked them in their sleep not long before morning. The third strange thing was that while searching the ruins of the house, one firefighter stepped on something which might have been a basement door once and fell in. The place which he fell into was not a basement anymore, but the beginning of an underground cave system which seemed to go in many directions, including straight down to the earth. It was littered with thousands of dead spiders, which have most likely been suffocated by the smoke or killed by the heat. The fourth strange thing was that, as people from Belhurst have reported, there were several cases of spider infestation in the past month. Residents complained that spiders came out of their toilets, sinks, and bathtubs. Also, there were many cases of basements overrun by these creepy crawlers. The pest exterminators from town reported that they have received countless calls and their teams have been overwhelmed. They also admitted that they have never seen anything like these events before. The two children have been taken to the hospital and isolated for now. Professional counselors are working together with healthcare professionals in order to help them and also try to learn more information about the strange incident. In any case, the area had been sealed and specialized teams were called in. Speleologists, biologists, and units of the CDC will arrive soon. The authorities are urging the people of Belhurst to stay clear of the area until it is declared safe. Also, if there are any signs of spider infestation, they are urged to alert the authorities without delay. And that, ladies and gentlemen, the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Your boy Sir Esco, back again with another short horror story for you guys. This one is titled The Grave Crawlers, written by Old School Horror. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them, like, comment, and subscribe. I reached the gates of Whispering Pine Cemetery, but had to stop because my lungs were burning. The hot air outside made my life considerably harder as it dried my mouth and throat mercilessly. My pursuers were not far away, so I had a choice to make. Time was of the essence. I could either continue running or jump the fence to the realm of the dead. Looking to my right, I saw far away the torches of the mob, which was hell-bent on capturing and punishing me. The thievery I had committed was out of the utmost necessity. I still hate myself to this day as I'm writing these pages for that unlawful act. But my punishment had been greater than that which any mob could have inflicted upon me. For what I've experienced that night exceeds the most hellish punishments or nightmares any mind could comprehend. With aching muscles, I struggled to climb the fence. The mob was closing in. I heard their furious shouts. I jumped down on the other side, then hid behind a large gravestone several yards away. They turned onto the street with the cemetery, and just when I thought they'd passed by, they stopped. My heart was beating like the drums of war, and I was struggling to keep my rapid breathing from uttering any accidental sounds. They were arguing outside the fence. Their voices were full of venom, rage. They were eager to capture me. I was praying to God to save me. To my knowledge, nobody had seen my face, so I had a chance to escape. I thought if I could just survive the night without being caught, I could go back to my family. The money I've stolen, I could then help find treatment for my dear daughter, who was in dire need of it. The arguing reached an end, and the mob decided to split up in order to increase their chances of finding me. I sighed in relief, thank God for his mercy. Had they chosen to enter the cemetery, I would have had no chance. Now looking back, I know it was not mercy from God, rather a punishment for my grave sin. I waited until the raging mass of people dispersed and tried to figure out my next steps. One thing was certain, I could not leave this place. Not soon, that is. I was trapped in that garden of the dead with only ghosts for company. Or so I thought. This place bore an ominous feel to it. I sensed it after my heart and lungs calmed down. The smell of dried grass and dust accentuated the thirst I was feeling. Could have killed for a glass of cold water. Could even drink from a dirty puddle. The smell of coming rain began drifting on the wind. This was welcome at first, as the cooling air brought a much-needed relief. The prospect of rain was alarming. I looked to the sky through the pine branches and saw the moon fade behind the amassing clouds, then turned my gaze to the dark shape, which was looming in the distance like an everlasting curse. It was the house of the former caretaker and mortician Mortimer Blackwell. He had died before my birth, but his infamy had spread all across New England. Rumors say he had experimented with dark magic, and he had committed unspeakable evils in that very house. Nobody had the courage to go inside that edifice of conjuring and death. His entire family had perished in the mysterious circumstances after his death. So did subsequent buyers of the house. And after nobody was willing to buy it anymore, it stood derelict. Whatever was hiding inside was watching over the cemetery. I shuddered as these thoughts ran through my mind. Then thunder rumbled nearby. The sky was full of mounting fury, ready to unleash upon the land. I had to find shelter. There was no other option but the accursed house. Outside, members of the mob still walking about relentlessly. I had a feeling that they tried to avoid this place. I mean, no sane soul in Harper's Ridge would enter it after nightfall. The awful history of the Blackwell house was keeping people out. Yet, I was inside Whispering Pines, forced to enter the dreaded ruin. So, I gathered my courage and headed toward the Blackwell house, which was several hundred yards away, the gate. I kept convincing myself that if I only stay on the porch outside, everything will be fine. I thought it would be a miserable night. The temperature outside dropped, but being the end of summer, I could survive that. There was nothing which could have prepared me for the things I was about to experience. After a cautious walk among tombstones and pines, I reached the rotting corpse of the Blackwell house. The steps leading to the porch were made of stone, just like the stone of the graves in the cemetery. I hesitated to put my foot on the first step leading to this monument of Erebus, the primordial darkness. But as drops of rain began falling, I took the step with trembling feet. I went to the porch, which used to be covered, but the shingles and woodwork lay in pieces on the mossy stone below my feet. Maybe I will stay in the rain, I thought. The prospect of going inside became ever more frightening. I looked toward the front door, but I saw only darkness. The clouds above blocked almost all moonlight. Fortunately, I remembered I had a few matches in my pocket. As I was fumbling for them, I heard a branch snap from down between the graves. I stopped, listened. Then came something similar to an owl's hoot, but it was sickly. A sound I did not recognize. It was deep and distorted. I turned, but saw nothing. Then another strange hoot sounded, this time from another direction. This one was slightly different, but still definitely not made by an owl, nor any other nocturnal bird. A long pause followed. I did not move for several seconds, but then resumed my search for the matches. Finally, I found them. I took the small matchbox in my hand and opened it. I felt I have only a few pieces left in the box. Providence was surely not on my side. I lit one, then I recoiled in horror. A few yards away, between the graves, I saw a figure move. A gasp escaped my mouth as I tried not to scream with fright. It was only a fleeting moment, but I undoubtedly saw a humanoid shape crawling on all fours, then disappearing in the shrubbery. The match was quickly burning down, so I threw it away, took out another one. I lit it and tried to look around. The light was meager. The fire was almost touching my finger when I pointed the match to the grave where I saw a figure hide. A pair of bright yellow eyes disappeared behind the stone as the light fell upon it. Something was lurking between the graves. There was no doubt in my mind about it. I was trying to convince myself that it was only an animal, but its movements were unlike that of any creature I knew. Match burned my finger, so I dropped it. Then I heard rustling. Something was coming from the direction of the grave. I took several steps back, but heard the thing approach the darkness. It uttered a menacing but unrecognizable sound as it closed on me. Meanwhile, the falling droplets transformed into rain, and the ramshackle porch roof above provided little protection. I dreaded the thought of entering the accursed house, but I dreaded more the creature a few steps in front of me. With a pounding heart, I turned and ran toward the blackness where the front door of the house was supposed to be. That thing bolted after me, but I reached the door just in time. My hand instinctively found the latch, and I opened it, stepped in, and closed it before the creature could catch me. I heard it pace around the door, sniffing, probing. Go away, damn you, I thought while I was gripping the latch with both hands. And finally, it retreated. I sighed, but I was in a worse situation than before. If a thing like that was outside, who can tell what was inside? The smells drifting in the house were the most unnerving and peculiar. I felt as if I stepped inside a crypt, not the ruins of a house. Smell of rats and mold blended with the miasma of the grave, of unearthed bodies left to rot. Everything there reeked of desecration and unholiness. If there was a God, I think he was staying far away from this place. I held the door for some time, anticipating the creature's return, but it did not come back. I was suspecting its intent was to come in through a different entrance to surprise me. After it left, only silence remained. Faint skittering hit my ears. First, it startled me, but then I recognized the sound, that of rats moving around. I lit another match and looked around. Lots of debris lay about the house. A few feet away, I noticed a heap of old wood planks. I picked up a thin piece and held it inside the flame. It was dry, so it caught fire before the match burned out. By the light, of the meager flame, I searched the heap for the plank sturdy enough to prop the door with. To my relief, I found one. After propping the door, I turned with the intent of exploring my surroundings. It was not the prospect of discovery which was fueling me, but the assurance of security. I wanted to see if there was any immediate danger near me, or anything useful. It was clear to me that surviving the night was exceptionally more difficult than I had imagined previously. At least I was sure the mob was not coming after me there. As I walked into the living room, I heard and felt the floorboards creak painfully under my weight. A thick layer of cobwebs and dust covered everything. Rat droppings everywhere. I noticed a large table in the living room, and my heart began pounding after seeing what was on it. An oil lamp enveloped in thick cobwebs lay upon top of it for who knows how long. I paced to the table, took the lamp, and in my hand, I felt right away there was still some oil in it. It was the most welcome find, just like a thirsty man finding water in the desert. Some unfortunate soul who had entered this God-forsaken place must have left it on the table a long time ago. After clearing the cobwebs, I lit it. At first, the light it gave out was faint, but the flame got bigger after several seconds and illuminated the place much better. Weak flame, but thin piece of wood. Now, as the inside of the house was illuminated better, I saw my surroundings more clearly. The floor had several holes in it, and I noticed a large rat climb out of one of the holes. The light visibly confused it, and after staring at me with its beady eyes, it walked away nonchalantly to a dark corner while passing close before me. I turned and followed it with my gaze. Then I looked up after I saw it no more. I gasped when I saw the movement in the corner at a butt eye level. Something was moving there, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Instinctively, I took a step back towards the middle of the living room. The boards below my feet squeaked, but I didn't pay much attention. My eyes were fixed upon the shifting, undulating darkness. Then, to my utmost horror, it came out of the corner and began floating toward me. There was no doubt in me anymore. A haunting presence was there with me. A dark consciousness which had somehow survived the certitude of death was approaching me. As it got closer, I saw it possessed a human shape. But it was as black as the darkest pits of hell. It had no features, only a contour, and it radiated an icy chill. I still don't understand how something could radiate coldness, but that thing certainly did. It was emanating from it, and I felt it drain all the remaining warmth from my body. Then it spoke, but it was no language I understood. It was a strange mumbling, which reverberated in my mind like some kind of dark chanting. I took several steps back while my skin was crawling from the icy touch of fear. Then, on my last step, I heard a crack, and I was falling backward into the abyss. I screamed, of course, as the fall came as a surprise. I instinctively clutched the oil lamp close to my body to avoid breaking it. The last thing I wanted to do was set myself alight. I was expecting to hurt myself, but to my surprise, I felt on something regularly soft. The smell which hit me was atrocious. It was like being locked in a coffin with a rotting corpse for company. Then I looked around and saw what was below me on the basement floor. A pile of bodies in various stages of decomposition, with rats crawling all over them. I threw up right then and there, then scrambled to get up and move as far away from the horrible pile as possible. My incredible luck, the lamp was still burning. I was clutching it like a mother would clutch her dear newborn child. I searched for the humanoid darkness, which caused me to fall into this mass tomb, but I did not see it. The basement was littered with all kinds of waste. Close to the pile of bodies, I noticed the broken wood planks, which had once been coffins. Then I heard rustling from near one of the walls. I looked towards the source in the sound and saw a large hole in the brick wall. Then I saw another few yards away. Rustling became louder. It was as if something were crawling through one of these holes. Then I remembered the strange creature which attacked me outside. I was expecting it to come through one of these holes to resume its attack, so I looked for a way to escape. I saw the remnants of a staircase, which was once leading to the floor above, but its lower part was lying in a pile below it. I had looked towards the hole again as the crawling intensified, and I saw the creature. It stuck its head out, its fiery eyes gleaming with otherworldly radiance. In its mouth, a human hand was dangling. Bluish and rotten, it had most likely ripped it off a cadaver somewhere in the cemetery. When I saw the creature with the hand in its mouth, I realized what that place was. An unholy feeding ground of the monstrosities born of the dark magic and necromancy perpetrated in the Blackwell house. I had no time to ponder more on the subject, however, because in the second hole, another creature appeared. This one had no body part in its mouth. It uttered a screech, which I felt inside my bones. Its mouth opened wide, revealing countless sharp teeth made of rending flesh. Its skin was dark gray, slimy, and covered by soil. The creature had thin, long hands and a large palm, adapted to dig tunnels through hard soil and rip coffins apart. My eyes darted around, searching for a way to escape. Both creatures jumped out of the holes, and the first one dropped a hand from its mouth. fell to the floor with a soggy thud. More creatures followed the first two. That was when I genuinely thought I will serve as food for these ghouls, just like the bodies I have fallen over. As I was retreating, I turned my head and saw a small opening on the opposite wall. It was a small basement window. I knew right away I had to try it. It was my last and only chance, but with the beast closing in, I doubted I would get out. They approached, trying to encircle me while more came from the holes in the wall. A larger one came through, and when it saw me, it growled menacingly, then jumped into the pile of bodies. Saliva was dripping from its mouth. It must have been their leader. That was when I bolted toward the window. The beast growled and ran after me. I reached the opening with a few steps, but I felt them close. I smashed the lamp into the ground behind me, and the oil spilled and caught fire, blinding the nocturnal creatures for a few seconds. I jumped and grabbed the edge of the opening and pulled myself up. Under normal circumstances, I'm not sure I would have done that feat, but panic made me strong for a few seconds. I almost dragged both my feet up when I felt claws dig into my flesh. The pain was sharp, cutting like a razor blade. I screamed, caring not about who might hear me from the streets outside. At that time, I preferred the people hunting me infinitely more than the ghouls from the abyss. The creature was dragging me down, its claws sunk into my flesh like hooks. I clawed at the stone, trying to overcome the pulling force, but then felt the beast clawing itself up my body. I shrieked as I felt the claws dig into my buttocks and lower back. Then, involuntarily, I struck the window pane, which was already cracked. It broke into several pieces, and I grabbed one shard with my right hand. As the creature made his way up, I stabbed backward behind my ear. It screamed as the shard sunk most likely into its eye. I felt a cold, vicious fluid cover the right side of my face and neck. It reeked of the grave. The monster fell backward, and I no longer felt its weight dragging me down. I then quickly grabbed the rim where the window pane used to be and pulled with all my might. I didn't notice a shard of glass cutting deep into my palm. All I wanted was to get out by any means necessary. I did, but it was not over. I saw the shape of another creature in the opening. Rain fell on me mercilessly, but I did not care. It washed away the putrescent gore, which struck to me when I fell onto the pile in the foul blood of the monster I'd stabbed. In the basement, the fire caused by the broken lamp was already fading. By its dying light, I saw several hideous heads pop up behind the creature, which was already crawling outside. Having no weapons or anything which I could use to defend myself against, I ran towards the cemetery's edge. I heard them behind me as they gave chase. At the last moment, I changed directions with a sudden move. This made one of them crash into a gravestone, which shattered. So I ran, changing directions several times. My body was screaming for me to stop. My lungs were at the end of their capacity, and my heart was bursting out of my chest. Fortunately, I reached the fence. I jumped on it, and in a few moves, I was already on the other side. There was no time to be careful, so I fell on my side in a large puddle of fresh rainwater and gasped desperately for air as my chest was exploding from the effort. I turned on my back and heard the distant shouts of the people who had been chasing me. Rain fell onto my cheeks, and it was the most welcome feeling in the world. No abysmal monster jumped the fence to kill me. Members of the mob reached the place where I fell to the ground. They shouted for the others to come. But then silence came upon them. I sat up and looked between the iron bars toward the darkness of the cemetery. The men screamed in fear, abandoned all prospects of capturing me, then ran in all directions. There, the crepuscular domain of the dead, countless grotesque figures were watching with burning hatred and hunger in their long, dead eyes. But whatever ancient curse that awakened them, it also forbade them to step beyond the boundary of their domain. One by one, they faded back into the shadows. They retreated to the house of death, where the frigid ghost, Mortimer Blackwell, was still watching over his children. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our story. Yo, what is up, everybody? Your boy Sir Esco back again. I know it's been a minute. Hopefully y'all been keeping well. Got another horror story for you guys. This one is titled The Cabin, written by MS Grant. Remember to use the links in the description below. Show love to them. Like, comment, subscribe. The Cabin. I'm writing this so that people will know what happened and what drove me to do what I did. I'm writing this as a warning so that no one else will follow in my footsteps. It began last week. I had recently inherited some money. Not I never have to work again money, but still a good amount. It was from an aunt on my father's side. I had really only ever met her a couple times when I was a kid. I hadn't had any contact with her after my father died when I was in my 20s, even though she was my last living relative. I instantly knew what I wanted to spend it on. I'd always wanted a small cabin in the woods where I could flee the everyday stress, the city, all the shit that we all have to deal with on a daily basis. A place just for me, where I could kick back by the fire and just recharge my batteries. I wouldn't say that I'm an introvert. I just enjoy my own company more than spending time with others. That's all. So, a couple weeks ago, I'm browsing on the internet for cabins not too far away from where I live. My curiosity was piqued by an ad of one of all the websites with houses for sale. A small one-story cabin suited right by a medium-large lake in the middle of the woods. Not another house for miles in any direction, and only about a 2-hour drive from my home. Looked exactly like the cabin I've always wanted in my mind whenever I've been daydreaming about having my own place like that. Now, it did seem a bit run down, but the price was almost too good to be true. I just had to see this place with my own eyes. Curiously enough, even though they've posted an ad on this place online, I couldn't seem to find the website for the agency. Only a landline phone number or an ad in itself. I called the agency, set up a meeting with their agent. After a few unanswered signals, a man answered. Down and out of breath, like he had a rush to answer the phone. We decided that I was going to drive up to their office on Tuesday last week and meet up with him, and together we were going to drive down to the cabin to have a look. So, come Tuesday, I'm super excited all day and feeling good about this place. 2 minutes after I got off work, I'm in my car, typing in the address to the agency, my GPS. Off I go. The office was located in a small town not too far from the cabin, about 30 minutes by car. The town itself was your typical small community with small shops and stores that looked like they had been owned by the same family for generations. A small church, kids playing in their yards with the fallen autumn leaves, seemed to be a quite feasible place to live. Typical everybody knows everybody place. The not so gentle GPS voice abruptly advised me that I was coming up to my destination in a couple minutes. I took a turn and saw the sign for the agency, the other side of the street. I turned my car around at the next intersection, and when I came up to the place, a man was standing outside with a briefcase, constantly checking his watch, clearly waiting for someone to arrive. I parked my car, got out to go over to the agency when the man looked over my way. "Yeah, you're here for the cabin, right?" "Cabin by the lake?" Yes, I am." "All right, well, let's get going." He got into his car that was parked down the street and asked me to follow him in my car. I noticed that he seemed a bit stressed, his face a bit pale, with beads of sweat on his forehead, like he was coming down with something. Anyway, we drove out the small town and was soon driving on twisting and turning small roads to the woods. The trees were exploding in autumn colors, yellow, orange, red. It was mesmerizing, like driving through an oil painting. After driving for about 45 minutes in this gorgeous scenery, the agent's car took a sharp turn down a small dirt road. If you didn't know it was there, you probably never would have seen it. It was overgrown with high grass and was a bumpy ride. Luckily, we only had to drive down it for about 10 minutes. Then, I saw it. The cabin. It was, from what I could see, all what I hoped for, and more. I couldn't wait to go inside and check it out. I was so excited. I parked my car next to his and got out. "So, here we are." Indeed. God, what a beautiful place, I whispered to myself while looking around. The cabin was just like in the ad, a small, dark wooden house right next to the lake. The lake itself looked a lot bigger than it did in the small photos that I'd seen. The surroundings were all forest. Everywhere you looked, all you saw were giant, ancient, majestic trees reaching for the skies, now full color. The ground was covered with the fallen leaves, some dancing around in circles in the mild winds blowing. You really smell the fall air. Soon it would be winter, and I could only imagine how beautiful this place would look, covered in snow. I decided then and there I would spend my entire holiday vacation there. Could we have a look? I heard him say, awakening me from my daydreaming. Oh, yes, of course. Show me the way. So, the cabin is old. In fact, we don't know who built it or when. But as long as we have the town record, cabin has been here. We've been keeping it record for about 140 years. But I honestly think the cabin is much older than that. Now, of course, the cabin has seen a couple different owners over the years, and most of them has modernized the place in some way or another when moving in. For instance, there's running water and indoor bathroom, electricity. There's, however, no landline telephone, and the cell reception out here is sketchy at best. No worries. My plan is to come out here and get away from all this anyway. So that actually just good. Gives me another reason not to check my emails every 5 minutes. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Come on, let's go inside. I didn't say anything, but his sales pitch was unnecessary. I had already made my mind up. I needed this place. It was, however, out of character for me to feel like this. I could easily spend several days browsing through different stores, comparing prices, just for a pair of jeans. Yet, here I was, ready to hand over quite the amount of cash for a cabin I have never set foot in. But somehow, it didn't bother me. It was like I was drawn to it. I needed it. I wanted it. Every fiber in my being telling me so. The front door opened straight into a large living room. In the wall to my right, there was a big stone fireplace, beautifully and masterfully built, with large stones, different forms and sizes, carefully placed like a jigsaw puzzle, framing the fireplace. Opposite to my left was a door to the bedroom. Next to that, the door to the bathroom. I immediately fell even more in love with this place. I was so into that, I at first didn't even reflect over the fact that it was furnished. The bedroom was a cozy little room, a big window overlooking the woods and the dirt road we drove down a couple minutes earlier. The front window, there hung old see-through once white curtains. You know, the ones grandmas always have for some reason. An old sturdy bed stood in the center of the room, complete with madras and bedspreads. If not for all the dust, it looked like someone had just got up from this morning and left it. Next to the bed, there was a small-sized table with a candle holder, covered in old melted stearic. The bathroom was a small place, with just the things you needed: a shower, a toilet, and a sink. You can tell this part was added not too long ago, but still, it looked like it had been there for quite some time. It needed some cleaning, that's for sure. But all in all, it was just fine. On the far side of the living room, there was 3 big windows with an amazing panoramic view of the lake and the surrounding forest. That was about it. The cabin wasn't much more than that, which was perfectly fine by me. I certainly didn't need any more than this. I could already see myself sitting in front of the fire, a glass of scotch, and nothing on my mind. This place was perfect. Yeah, the previous owners left everything behind, it seems, the agent suddenly said. Can't for sure tell you what happened to them. I just know we got a letter from them, including the keys to the cabin, saying they had to move and that we should contact them when the place got sold to wire their money. You keep the furniture if you want, or replace it, or whatever. Weird though. I thought, but not unheard of, many people can move in a hurry for any number of reasons. I looked around, and the furniture really did go well with the place. Big, strong wooden tables, leather sofa that looked like it would be really comfy, bookshelves filled with old books, lamps. Really gave the place nice ambiance. I'll probably have to buy a new bed though. I thought, feeling a bit weird about sleeping in some stranger's old bed. I went over to the big windows to take a little look over the amazing view. The last rays of the sun gently kissing the lake and the woods. It was first then that I noticed an opening to my right, on the same side as the fireplace. It led into a small kitchen, which had all the basics. Nothing fancy, but just what you needed. There was also a back door from the kitchen leading out to the backyard, right by the lake. I opened the door and took a step out. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath of the crisp autumn air. It filled my lungs, and I could feel myself growing calm. Slowly, I opened my eyes to the view in front of me, took it all in. It was truly amazing, a little piece of paradise. I drew another lung-filling breath where I stepped back inside, closed the door behind me. I was looking through the drawers and cabinets when I noticed the floor sounded differently in the middle of the kitchen. There was a small carpet there, and when I pushed it away with my foot, it revealed an old hatch underneath. Its hinges blackened by time and neglect. I looked over to the agent who was leaning against the wall, the kitchen entrance. "Oh, go ahead," he said, almost in an excited manner, motioned with his head towards the hatch. Open it, I leaned down and grabbed the handle and pulled the hatch towards me. It creaked and groaned like it hadn't been opened in years. A deep, dark, empty space beneath it stared back at me. I was trying to see what was down there. A steep wooden staircase with questionable stability led down to the darkness. I looked around for a flashlight. Like he was reading my mind, the agent came over, handed one to me. There you go. I always keep one on me whenever I go into the woods. I started to descend down the stairs, with one hand firmly gripping the wall, and the other one holding the flashlight, illuminating the steps in front of me. About 15 steps down, I made it to what looked like a classic dirt cellar. The kind they used to have in old days when you needed somewhere to keep your food from spoiling. You didn't have access to a refrigerator. This dirt cellar, however, was a bit different. It looked like someone had used it as an office of some sort. There was an old desk, 2 big bookshelves along the walls, packed with books of all sizes. What an odd place to put an office, though. I shined the flashlight around the small space and saw that there was an old oil lamp hanging from the hook. I took it down and brought it back with me to the kitchen. I gotta say, I really love this place. But I gotta ask, why the cheap price? Well, to be honest, we've had this place on the market for quite some time now, without any luck. I really don't know why no one else has come along sooner and swooped this beauty up, because as you've seen for yourself, it's a beautiful and well-maintained place. Yeah, if I had the money myself, it really is something. You know what? I'll take it. Where do I sign? I didn't think he could possibly smile any wider than he had done this whole time. But when I said I wanted to buy the place, I swear I thought his face would crack from how wide his smile was. Right here, he said while opening his briefcase that had been holding on to his whole time. Tossed it on the kitchen counter and opened the clasps on either side, pulled out a stack of papers. He had the contract drawn up and ready to be signed. Sign here, there, initials there, and there. He looked almost like someone who had 9 out of the 10 lottery numbers down and just wanted for that jackpot number. I put down my last initials and noticed how he was breathing heavily and started to sweat a little. All right, there you go. You're officially a cabin owner. Congratulations. Thank you very much. But what about the money? Oh, there's an account number in there somewhere. Just wire the money when you can. I trust you. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that as soon as I have access to the internet again. Perfect. Well, I've got to go. I have a long drive home and it really gets dark out here. Yeah, me as well. You mean you're not staying here tonight? Oh, no. I have work tomorrow. I need to get some stuff from home before I can stay the night here. I'll probably drive up this weekend and get settled. Oh, I see. He looked almost disappointed. Alright, well, drive safe and don't hesitate to call if you need anything. And with that, he was out the door and within minutes, driving up the dirt road again. I took one last look around. My cabin, I thought. My own cabin. I let out a slight laugh. I couldn't believe it. The sun was just about to disappear behind the trees on the far side of the lake, making the water look almost entirely like it was ablaze. The thick mist was slowly rolling out of the waters, and even though I was inside, I could feel the coldness out there. I turned to leave, when in the distance, I swear I could hear a faint giggle. I stopped in my tracks and listened. Nothing. Must be the house, I thought. Wooden houses make all kinds of weird noises when temperature changes. I shook it off and went out through the front door, locked up, and walked over to my car to drive home. The leaves rustling and crunching beneath my feet. It was completely dark out by now, and I had to take it real easy to find my way out the main road again. Quietly reminding myself that I needed to look over that dirt road again and clean it up a bit. I had been driving for about 10 minutes on the main road back, twisting and turning, when I came up to the sharp right turn again. The second I came around that corner, I all of a sudden saw a person step out of the woods right in front of my car. I slammed brakes, but it was too late. The person in front of me turned their head and looked me straight in the eye. It all went so fast, but I could clearly see that it was an old lady. She was smiling ear to ear beneath the dark hood. I closed my eyes and prepared for the inevitable impact, but it never came. The car came to a screaming halt, and I slowly opened my eyes again, my heart beating like crazy. I was breathing so hard, I almost passed out before I could calm myself down. I looked all around me, but couldn't see anything or anyone outside. I loosened my seatbelt and got out of the car to see where the old lady had gone. Oh my God, is she under the car? There was no one. Nothing. I was sure she had been there just seconds ago. I could still see her old creepy face in front of me. Had I fallen asleep? I turned my warning signals on and walked back the way I had came. There were no signs of anyone. I could see where the black tires on the pavement and the smell of burnt rubber mixed in with the smells of the forest. The wind was picking up, thrashing and tarring the huge trees from one side to another, branches cracking and breaking in the wind. In the distance, I heard a lone owl howl. After looking around for a while, I, without finding any evidence for an old lady, or any other person for that matter, got back into my car, drove all the way home. The rest of the way being uneventful. So, Wednesday and Thursday came and went. I had put the incident with my car behind me and wrote it down as stress or sleep deprivation, and was so ready to get back to my cabin, spend first of many weekends. My cabin, I thought with a smile. My bags were packed and I already was in the car. I hadn't had time to look for a new bed yet, but figured that I would just throw some blankets over the existing one and make it through the first couple of nights like that. I sat in my office, counted down the minutes while staring out the window. Outside, the busy city was living its life. People in suits, stressing, get from one place to another, cars stuck in traffic, honking at each other, get out of the way. Buildings of all sizes packed tight together, blocking out the last few hours of the afternoon sun, casting shadows on the streets, stopping the fresh air from freely flowing, whilst containing all the foul stench of the city within their broad, tall walls, looming above all. I absolutely couldn't stand it there. I felt claustrophobic among all this. I needed to get back out there, to the cabin. I closed my eyes while listening to the clock on the wall, slowly counting down in seconds. In my mind, I was back by the lake, feeling my lungs once again being filled by that pure, fresh air. I opened my eyes. The clock had just struck 5 p.m. I slammed my laptop together, grabbed my stuff, and took off to the elevator and pressed the button for the garage. The elevator stopped on each floor to let more people in, pushing me further back. I could feel the panic of this containment creep closer, my pulse beating faster and faster. I stood in the corner at the back of the elevator when the doors opened once again. I couldn't see much from my position. The small metal box now packed with people, all wanting to get home as soon as possible. But for a split second, one of the mirrors of the wall, I thought I saw a familiar face step into the elevator. I tried to look past all the suits, all the trench coats in front of me, and that's when I saw her. One quick glimpse was all I got, but I saw her. The only one not facing the doors, but staring me straight in the eye. There she stood, the old woman that I thought I had ran over the other day, smiling. I only saw her for a split second, and when the doors finally opened again and people started to exit, she was gone. I waited for all the people in front of me to get out before I slowly started to make my way to the badly lit garage, the other side of the doors, clutching my things tight against my chest, all the while looking around to see if I could see where the old woman had gone. But just like the other day, she was nowhere to be found. I finally got to the car, sat down, and closed the door behind me. I took a deep breath. You're imagining things. Come on. Another breath, I slapped myself to return to reality. And then finally, I was on my way. I got up to the cabin around 7 p.m. The sun was in vain struggling to illuminate on the oncoming night sky. The trees looked just as beautiful as a couple days ago. Majestic, beautiful, huge. I wondered how old they could be, how long they had stood there, dancing in the wind, their roots digging deeper and deeper to the soil for each coming year. What secrets do they keep? What have they seen during their time? After unloading my stuff from my car, I unlocked the front door and flung it open, dropping my bags and belongings onto the couch, and immediately started to get a fire going in the big fireplace. The soothing sound of the wood starting to crackle, catch on fire, soon filled the small living room, along with the calming smell of a warm fire. I went out into the kitchen and brewed a big mug of strong black coffee. I took the mug into the living room and started to look a bit more closely on the stuff that the previous owners had left behind. There were some real nice things here. An old 50s radio, the ones that took up half the room, a typewriter, all set up to be used with an old wrinkled paper still struck into it. Some figurines, random knickknacks. I started to go over the books on the bookshelf, but noticed that they all had the same theme. They were really old books, like really old antiques, about spirituality, religions, dark magic, crystals, stuff like that. I'd never really been interested in things like that, but I got intrigued. I pulled one of the books out and sat down on the couch, skimming through it while sipping my coffee and listening to the fire, now at full blaze, spreading its warmth around the cabin. I can't understand how people still believe in this stuff, I thought to myself while flipping through the pages. I went to put the book back up on the shelf when I noticed a painting hanging over the fireplace. How have I not noticed this before? It was a big oil painting with a thick hand carved dark wooden frame. A painting of this very cabin. It looked old, but the cabin in the painting basically looked the same as it did now. The quality of it was amazing. So much detail. All the small differences in the colors of the wood, the hundreds, if not thousands of leaves on the trees, each carefully painted. The way the sun broke through the clouds in the sky and reflected on the lake. The lady in the window. Wait, what lady? I looked again. There was no one in the window. I had to rub my eyes, but I swear I saw someone there just now. Must just be getting tired and hungry. I could hear my stomach growl, and I hadn't eaten since lunch. I brushed away the unsettling feeling of the painting and went back into the small kitchen. Ah, damn! I was supposed to stop and buy groceries on my way up. I had totally forgotten. I had literally nothing to eat. Well, I better drive into the small town and get some food. I downed my last coffee and placed the mug on the mantelpiece, and then stepped through the front door. Just like last time, I was up here, the wind had now picked up again, and the trees were once again swaying violently from one side to another, desperately trying to hold on to the last yellow-reddish leaves that were being ripped from their branches, like a mother trying to hold on to their child in panic. I got out to my car and started to drive away when I took a quick look in my rearview mirror and saw the exact spot that the painter must have stood while creating a painting above the fireplace. I swear I could see someone standing in the living room window, if only for a split second. I stopped my car and turned around to get a better look. There was no one. I swear my mind's playing tricks on me. I really need to get to eat. I just kept on driving and finally got to the town, parked my car, started to walk around. It really was a small town. One main street, a couple of smaller ones intersecting with mostly homes, different sizes. The place seemed deserted at this time. Yellow tinted lights above the street rocked back and forth in the wind. It started to rain. I couldn't see a living soul anywhere, but I felt like I had eyes on me from behind every curtain, every dark window I walked by. I wrapped my jacket closer and tried my best to avoid the cold rain as I finally found a small grocery store with the lights on and went inside. The store mirrored the rest of the town. It was like taking a step back in time as I went inside. It looked like a grocery store from the 50s. Big bags of wheat, potatoes, seeds, and some sort of floor with hand-painted signs. Cans of all kinds of soups and preserved fruits, vegetables on the wooden shelves. The place was only lit by a dim light, hidden somewhere above the rows of shelves that took up most of the place of the small shop. The radio was playing quietly in the distance, and you could hear the rain, gaining in intensity as it poured down on the windows. There wasn't much to choose from, so I got some basics and went to the register to pay. The owner was an elderly gentleman with a white beard, round glasses. He reminded me of Santa, I remember thinking. He looked up at me from his chair where he sat, reading a paper with a suspicious look. "You're not from around here, are you?" No. I just bought the cabin up there by the lake. Spending my first weekend. Cabin? By the lake? Huh. Yeah, it's a small place. I see. And this is your first night? Oh, that's right. Just needed to get some food out there. Mister, if I were you, I would get in my car and drive back wherever you came from. I just looked at him, dumbfounded. Didn't really know what to respond. So I just grabbed my groceries and started to walk towards the door, casting one last look back at him before I went outside. I'm serious. Forget the cabin. Go home. Why? This place isn't right. I know what cabin you mean. Stay away. Just go back home and forget all about it. Yeah, I think I'll be alright. Yeah, that's what they all say. Don't say I didn't warn you. I slowly walked out of there and closed the door behind me. Well, that was weird. I started to walk down the street, the rain now absolutely pouring down seemingly from all directions. Hard gusts of wind making the streetlights cast their beams all over, and in turn creating an intense show of shadows appearing and disappearing on the side of the houses all along the main street. I realized I was close to the agency, where I had met the agent on Tuesday. But when I came up to the spot where we'd met, place was all boarded up. And oddly enough, it looked like it had been like that for some time. The wood on the boards looked old and weathered, rusty nails protruding from the sides, like it had been nailed to the wall for ages. There was no sign of having any kind of business for years, let alone 3 days before. I tried to peek inside between the moldy, smelling boards, but couldn't see much. It seemed completely empty and abandoned. The growling sounds came from my stomach, brought me back to my senses. I hurried back to my car, realizing I was now completely drenched by the rain, freezing to the bones. Oh man, I couldn't wait to change into some dry clothes and sit down right in front of that warm fire back at the cabin. On the way back, I remembered that I still had the agent's number in my list of recently called numbers on my phone. He did say I could call if I had any questions. So I called him up to check what had happened to their office. But as soon as I hit dial, I got the familiar tone that a number had been disconnected. That's odd. I'll just try him again tomorrow. The whole drive back, I couldn't shake the comments from the old man at the grocery store. He really sounded like he meant what he said. He sounded almost scared for my well-being, like he knew something I didn't. Should I go back and talk to him? And what did he mean by, that's what they all say? Ooh. So I decided I would speak with him next time I go into town. As far as I was hungry, wet, and tired, I am not going to turn this car around now. When I got back to the cabin, I parked the car and quickly went inside. So hungry, I was about to pass out. So I went into the kitchen, found the saucepan. It didn't look too nasty. Cleaned it up as good as I could, started to fry some eggs and bacon. The best I could find in that small town. I noticed that the old oil lamp on the kitchen table that I had recently brought from the dirt cellar. I wonder if the old owners had left any lamp oil laying around, and I started to look. After moving some stuff, I found a bottle with some fluid left and filled it up and lit it. It really gave a cozy light and a nice smell. I left it on the kitchen table while finishing making my late dinner. I sat down to eat while looking out into the darkness that had settled over the lake. The rain crashing down on the surface like someone was throwing hands full of pebbles, all their might, to the lake. The winds stirring up white foamy waves, going all directions at the same time, crashing into each other with force, sending the foamy droplets flying and joining the rain from above. The cabin was moaning and creaking in the wind, and the rain was hitting the windows so hard I almost started to worry it could break the thin glass panes by the sheer impact. I started to think about the cellar beneath me. It really was a strange place to have an office. No windows, cold, dark. I needed to investigate it further. I finished my dinner and placed the dishes in the sink. Before I checked out the cellar, I had put some more wood on the fire. You could really start to feel this was an old place. No great insulation, especially in weather conditions like these. If the fire went out, it would get real cold in here real fast. I went out into the living room, and the fire was almost out already. Red embers glowing. It was dark. In the window by the front door, the same window that you could see the painting over, was an old ugly lamp with a dark orange lampshade. I went over and turned it on. It flicked a bit, but it lit up after a while. It didn't do much to illuminate the room though. It seemed its light only reached as far as the window and back, turning that small part of the room sickeningly orange. I went over to the fireplace and found two big logs. I went over next to it, turned it on. These would do fine. As I turned to go back to the kitchen and down the cellar, I saw out of the corner of my eye a painting. There's a light in the window. I did a double take and looked over there again. No, there was no light. There's no woman and no light. Damn it. Mine is playing tricks on me again. Must be all this fresh air or internet absent or something. I went back into the kitchen and rolled up the carpet to reveal the hatch underneath. I grabbed the handle and pulled it open again. This time though, I didn't have the agent's flashlight to guide me. I had to take the oil lamp with me. It didn't light up anywhere near as well as the flashlight, but it was better than nothing. I got down and started to look around. The desk was an old, massive wooden desk. Oak, I think. How on earth did they get it down through that narrow hatch? The floor was basically just packed dirt. The walls were made of wood and the same kind that the rest of the cabin was. You could smell the rain from outside being soaked up by the wet ground on the other side of the walls. Two big bookshelves stood to my right, both packed with books. They were all in the same category as the books upstairs. Crystals, demons, witches, stuff like that. Some of them looked extremely old with cracked spines, all leather bound. There was a faded image of a mountaintop in the foreground with what looked like a fire behind it. I flipped through the pages, but it was written in some foreign language that I couldn't understand. It looked like nothing I had ever seen before. I put it back and continued to check out the inventory. I swear I thought I could see something that stood out against the old spines, tucked away in the back. I removed them and held the oil lamp to get a better look. And there in the back of the shelf was another book. But this one seemed a bit newer than the others. It had no title, no image on the front. In fact, it looked more like a diary than a book. I got intrigued. It was too dark to read down there, so I went to bring the book with me upstairs again. I turned around and towards the staircase. The second I set foot on the first step, the hatch above me slammed shut with such a force that it shook the ceiling. I got so startled, I dropped the book, damn near dropped the lamp as well. I rushed up the stairs and tried to open it, but it wouldn't give way. It lifted a few inches before it slammed shut again, almost like someone was standing above it. I swear I heard a giggle like before, only closer. I started to freak out and was about to yell for help when I realized that there was no one around for miles. I was alone. Alone in the dark, damp cellar. Claustrophobic panic started to set in again. But as quickly as it started, it stopped. Suddenly, the weight lifted, and I could open the hatch again. I flung it open and quickly went down to get the book